Philadelphia. It's time to fly. Please welcome your defending Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles.
Mike Tirico, Greg Olsen ready to get this one going. Jake Bates set to get it started. Off we go on Sunday Night Football. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25.
The Eagles take over first and 10.
Here come the Eagles, and they are led by the reigning Super Bowl MVP. What a season for Jalen Hurts. Took the Eagles to the mountaintop. Now his 6th season in the NFL.
You know, the conversation around Jalen Hurts is always a difficult one because to a lot of people outside, they strictly look at the box score. They look at his passing numbers and touchdown numbers, and they say, okay, he's a second-tier quarterback. But when you look at the situation he's in, the style of play in which they ask him to do, be the field.
Right away, they're coming after him, and they get him. A sack on the opening snap of the game.
Loss of 7.
Aiden Hutchinson getting in there to drop him. It'll be a loss of 7 to start this drive.
Prior to the opening kickoff, the home crowd is rocking. They're on their feet cheering. Well, one play in, got a little quieter in here. This defense came out, and they took the fight right to them, able to bring the quarterback down for an opening play sack to get their defense settled into this one.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. That's going to be incomplete. Coverage very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force
brings up
third down
and 17.
For whatever reason, when the ball was in the air, Mike, it seemed to me like he was almost having a little trouble tracking it. I'm not sure if that's what allowed the defender to catch back up, but ultimately it was the contact at the catch point that causes the incomplete, and that's going to bring up third and real long.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
On the throwaway.
Really smart play, especially considering how early it is in the game. If something's not there, don't force it. Just throw it away and play the next snap.
So on 4th down, they'll call on Braden Mann to punt. Deep for the Lions, Holly Freeman. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and come out to the 20-yard line. So the Lions come out, and they are led again by Jared Goff. Already year 10 in the league, and half of those 10 with the Lions. Remember, took the Rams to a Super Bowl as well. What a year last year, Greg. 2nd in passing yards in the NFL.
Yeah, and all Jared Goff does every year, Mike, is lead one of the most prolific offenses in the NFL. But I'm not sure he gets the credit he deserves. I think so many people wanted to give credit to Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell, and rightfully so, as he makes this transition to kind of the next era of Lions football without Ben Johnson. I think people are going to see just how big of an impact Jared Goff had. Not only in the 15 games they won last year, but they believe they have a Super Bowl contending team in Detroit.
So it'll be 1st and 10. They'll scrimmage at the 33. Now the first carry for the Alabama speedster, Jahmyr Gibbs. He'll work this ahead for 2, maybe 3. Now Campbell, first-round pick out of Bama. There for the stop.
Brings up 2nd and 7.
Ball on the 36 now. Here's 2nd down and 7. On play action. Goff. Catch is made by Wright. Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4. And bring up 3rd down.
And it's 3rd
There's no more
down.
efficient play in the NFL, Mike, than the play-action passing game. And you can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass, and he's able to pick up a nice gain to his tight end.
From the gun, on third down, it's gone. And that is incomplete.
Intended for Jamison Williams.
Remember what they told us, Mike, leading up to this game. They said it is so critical for us to find success, especially on third down. We want to maintain possession, extend these drives. Well, the first crack comes up, and they fail through the air, and we're going to have to regroup and be able to have better success throughout the remainder of this game.
On fourth down, Lions going to send out the All-Pro from a season ago, Jack Fox to punt. Back deep, Jahan Dotson. The Eagles offense ready to possess the football for the second time. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on 1st and 10. Shotgun snap now to Hurts. Moving to his left. He keeps it himself. And Hurts wisely goes slide after he's picked up the first down.
It's a gain of 22 yards. And an Eagles first down. 1st and 10 at the 42-yard line.
You know this defense worked all week defending this quarterback as a scrambler, as a runner. But sometimes it's just hard to simulate until you see him in real life. His speed, his ability to create. We saw him get him here early on the big scramble. He's able to pick up the first down and keep the drive on.
He's beyond midfield to the 45. And he's out of bounds, but they are in the red zone, out inside the 20.
A gain
Big
of 39
play
yards.
for Philly.
That's
39
another
yards.
Eagles first down.
Big hole up the middle. The
First
interior
and
of this
10 at the
offensive line did a
19-yard
great
line.
job clearing some space. The back saw it quick, and he hit it. The next thing you know, he was in the secondary for a big pickup.
Once again, it's Buckley. This time the sledding becomes a little more difficult. They're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage.
It's a loss of
So they go with the first down
Brings up
run,
second
hoping to
and
just
11
get them some positive
at the
yards and
Lions'
get themselves
20-yard
into a
line.
good second down situation. But now they find themselves in 2nd and long. So the more you give defenses the opportunity, Mike, to defend you one-dimensionally. So in this case, we're only playing you in the pass. It stresses your protection, it stresses your play caller, and ultimately, it stresses your quarterback.
It's a gain of 6. Brings up 3rd and 5.
Been a good drive, but they need to convert here on 3rd and 5. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. Incomplete. Coverage outstanding there. Able to jar the ball free in a big spot. And now it is 4th down.
I like the idea of taking your shot there on 3rd down, pushing the ball downfield, looking for the touchdown. But now as it brings up 4th down, you're already this close. You're in field goal range. But do you keep that offense on the field and try to maintain possession and see if you can come away with 6?
Elliott's kick is good. And the Eagles are out to an early 3-0 lead.
And I think this is going to end up being considered a successful drive, Mike. I think obviously you would have loved to see them come down and convert and score a touchdown. But at the very least, they needed to come away with 3. They were able to do that and take a lead on that field goal.
So after the field goal to open up the scoring, the kicker's back out for this kickoff. We'll start at the 4. He'll get across the 20, broken down at the 23-yard line. The Lions offense ready for their second possession. They'll begin with 1st and 10. off the play fake. Here's Goff. He'll let this one go long for Williams. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield. It is a big play there for the Lions.
And a Lions
36 yards.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Both pre-snap and post-snap. This is about as well done as you can do at the quarterback position. Get in and out of the right call, identifying the holes along the back end, and then the throw. You can't put it in a better spot. I mean, that's just a big-time play.
And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down.
Receiver just finds himself in a really nice groove, and there's these weird times in the game, Mike, where it just seems like every ball comes your way, every play they call, you're wide open, and you just find yourself in one of those grooves that athletes talk about. So they got to continue to ride the hot hand, because right now on that field, there's no mistaking who it is.
Here's a screen set up for Gibbs. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down.
A 7-yard gain. That's good for a Lions first down. 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line.
They'll bring St. Brown in motion. Goff going to throw here on 1st and 10. Throwing off his back foot, and it's taken in. And he'll wind up getting about 7 yards as he is forced out of bounds.
St. Brown out of bounds at the 21-yard line. A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3.
From the 21, here's 2nd down and 3. From the gun, it's Goff. I had a defender draped all over him. Incomplete. Good work to body him up and set up a 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd down.
And they got the look they were hoping for, one-on-one on the outside. He's just unable to hold on to it through contact, and I think that was a big opportunity missed.
Out of the shotgun, it's Goff. He'll get this one complete to St. Brown.
A gain of 6. That's another Detroit Lions first down.
Now they're entering the area of the field, especially with the amount of yards they've gained on this possession, Mike, where it feels like a touchdown is critical. For the defense, settling for a field goal here, especially with the ball where it is, feels like a win.
Laporta in motion. He'll go play action with Goff. Oh, the blitz gets there quickly, and down he goes.
If you're going to take a sack, you just can't add to it by taking such a massive loss on top of it. Understand when the pocket breaks down, move up, cut your losses. Now, not only do you lose that down, but now you face a big uphill battle if you want to extend this drive.
On 2nd down, Goff. That's right side and brought in by Williams.
Complete to Jamison
Well,
Williams.
so often we see quarterbacks standing in the pocket, holding it, seeing if they can create something downfield. Well, not that play. That play was simple. Snap the ball to the quarterback, spit it out into the hands of your receiver, and let's see what he can do.
They'll try to keep the drive rolling, facing 3rd and 6. Laporta in motion. Goff to throw. That is incomplete, but there is a flag down. Big call here. It was 3rd down.
That penalty is declined.
On fourth down. That brings Jake Bates out for the Lions field goal. This about as short as you can get. Bates' kick is good. And the Lions will tie the game at 3 apiece.
And that's really well done here, Mike. I mean, everything's in rhythm. A good snap, a good hold, and a good kick ties this game.
So the field goal ties things up, and we're back at it as this kicks away. On the return, it's Tank Bigsby. A very good field position to start as the return is past the 40. The Eagles offense getting set to get back to work. All even here in this opening quarter. And the drive will begin with first down. To throw is Hurts. The open receiver is Dotson. And he'll wind up getting about 7 yards as he is forced out of bounds.
Certainly not the biggest play of the day, but a good example of picking up positive yardage, staying ahead of the chains by a well-timed ball and a well-timed route.
From just shy of midfield, here's second down. Hurts. That one out of the reach of the receiver's outstretched arms. It is incomplete. He was looking for A.J. Brown that time. And it's going to be third down.
A bit of a risky throw there, Mike. You don't love to see a quarterback force the ball, especially into a crowded area. In the end, I think he's lucky that it just falls incomplete.
Hurts now on 3rd and 2. He'll try and get there on the ground. Carrying that ball loosely, and it is out. And fortunately, one of his teammates there to save him. They'll wind up getting enough to pick up the first down.
1st and 10 at the 36-yard line.
These are the opportunities that just kill defensive coordinators. You got the ball loose. You did everything you want. But now you got to recover it. You need better pursuit to the ball, more bodies around the ball carrier. Because when that ball pops out, you've got to be on it. These opportunities don't come around often, and when they do, you got to seize the moment.
That one, it's on target, but it goes as an incompletion. Looked like he had that one in his grasp, but unable to hold on, and it will be second down.
Dropping a catchable ball is one of the worst feelings. It feels like the entire stadium is laughing at you, and all I know is, firsthand, you just want to get another opportunity to put that one behind you.
That's Jalen Hurts on second down. They're trying to set up the screen, but that is going to fall incomplete.
So these screenplays, they always seem so commonplace. They seem a little bit routine, right, Mike? But really, for them to work, there's a huge, significant timing element to it where the offensive line, the back, you can't be downfield too early, but you can't go too late. There's so many reps and reps that allow certain teams to be really good at the screen game and allow certain teams to just never really get their screen game off the ground.
John Dotson was the intended receiver there. And it's going to be fourth down.
Every so often, Mike, you can see these offenses, and it looks like the passing game gets a little bit too predictable. And as the defense continues to flood the back end of these zones with extra defenders, they're continuing to force this quarterback to not only make some difficult throws, but to put the ball in harm's way. And this is the danger of trying these long field goals. Remember, Mike, if you miss, the other team gets the ball at the spot of the kick. So it's going to end up setting them up for great field position as they start this next drive.
The Lions offense getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. They'll have very good starting field position as they set up past the 40. Laporta in motion. On the ground to start, they give it to Gibbs. He'll take this ahead. It's a pickup of 3. Reed Blankenship coming up from his safety spot to make the stop.
Blankenship on the tackle. A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7 at the 47-yard line.
Ball on the 47-yard line. Here's 2nd and 7. On play action, he'll set up to throw. A very quick throw there, but not on the same page for this time. That's incomplete. The tight end, Sam Laporta, the intended receiver. Now it's going to be 3rd down. To Slav, a man in motion. There's Goff. He's got his man down the field. It is a big completion. Goff to St. Brown for a big one. It's a gain of 34.
First down.
And it's hardly an exaggeration when I say, Mike, that he's probably one of the most difficult individual assignments in the entire league. It's like playing football against that really good kid in your neighborhood. He's just hard to cover, and plays like this, it just shows how special he can be.
Isaac Tesla was the intended target.
Brings up 2nd and 10.
And it'll bring up 2nd down.
Throwing to someone with his length, Mike, there's a lot of benefits. The catch radius, the ability to adjust to an off-target throw. But you have to also look at the other side of the coin there. For these defenses, those bigger extended bodies, that's just a lot big target to go after and hit. So they're able to take advantage of it here. So I promise you, that receiver gets back into the huddle. He's telling his quarterback, hey man, bring that ball down. I'm happy to go fight and compete for the ball, but you've got to protect me. They've done a nice job spreading the ball around. Make the defense have to account for as many different weapons as possible here early. I think back to our conversation with this coaching staff, Mike. They identified this guy as someone they needed to get involved early and often. So that might be his first target. I don't think it's going to be his last. A loss was definitely not something they had accounted or budgeted for in this spot. And now, I think it really limits. What do you feel comfortable dialing up here on 2nd and goal?
Second and goal. Now it's from the 6-yard line. Here's Goff. They'll try to hit him with a screen. And he's close to the goal line, but didn't get in. Good job to make sure he doesn't cross the plane. And now it's 3rd and goal.
These are the worst. I had a couple years, Mike, where I swear I got tackled inside the 1-yard line 10 times. And then you look back and you're like, man, how many touchdowns did I leave on the board because I couldn't get one more yard? Now, for him individually, not ideal, but right now they're on the doorstep of the end zone, and they got to find a way to put that ball across the goal line. No gain on a quarterback sneak. That's pretty surprising, Mike, anytime we see that happen. There just aren't many plays in the NFL that we consider to be automatic. The quarterback sneak is normally pretty close.
On 4th down, Goff. Oh, the blitz gets there. He is sacked. And they turn it over on down.
You've got to give credit to the defensive coordinator here. He went into attack mode, had a great blitz planned for this 4th down situation, disrupted the timing of the offense, and the quarterback had nowhere to go. He flushes out of the pocket to keep the play alive, and they're able to chase him down, force the sack, force the turnover on downs.
Man in motion is Smith. On 1st down, it's Hurts. That one down the field, but they cannot connect. And it's incomplete. He was looking for his tight end, Dallas Goedert, that time.
By
It's 2nd down.
Quarterback's trying to give his big tight end a chance to go up and use that large catch radius, unable to connect. Little letdown here for the tight end community, Mike.
Off the play fake. Hurts. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
It's clear whatever they were trying to set up was not going to work. He went through his entire progression, had nobody to throw the ball to, and just kind of surrenders the play and throws it away.
2 incompletions to start the drive, and it leads to 3rd down and 10. Now a deep ball looking for Brown. That is incomplete. Well read that time defensively, making it difficult downfield, and that's going to bring up a 4th down.
The offense just couldn't seem to get anything going that drive. They knew they had a long way to go, taking over possession that deep in their own territory. You want to pick up that 1st down and see if you can capitalize some momentum. Instead, the errant throw brings up 4th down, and they're going to have to punt it away.
The Lions take over.
Here's the Detroit offense now, headed back onto the field. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. Start this one on the ground with Gibbs. Down at the 21, a gain of 1.
Made at the 21-yard line. A gain of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 9.
Here's a 2nd and 9. Once again, it's Gibbs. Big gain on the ground here as he takes this up past the 40-yard line.
21 yards.
They get 21 on that one. Good for a Lions 1st down.
A gain of 21 yards. 1st down, Detroit.
There's a combination of footwork and vision, his ability to kind of weave through traffic and understand where the holes were. It's a really nice job working through some bodies and picking up a big gain.
Off to throw on 1st down. This one is complete along the sideline. A very nice job to fit that ball in. It'll be a modest gain.
44-yard line.
Now listen, I'm going to give the guy credit. It was a really nice catch, keeping his feet inbounds along the sidelines. It just doesn't amount to much in the grand scheme of things.
From the 44-yard line, here's 2nd down and 9. They'll bring St. Brown in motion. On play action. Goff. Oh, in trouble, and down he goes. That is Josh Uche in there to drop him that time. It's a loss of 7.
Let's give a lot of credit to the defensive plan that this coaching staff has come up with coming into today's game. Every time it seems like the offense makes an adjustment, the defense counterpunches. Different looks, different fronts, different pressure packages. They have had all the answers so far, and the sacks just keep piling up.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. Throwing, Goff. Now pass deep for St. Brown. And that is incomplete. But a penalty flag is down. Let's see who they got. Here's Jack Fox now. He's on to punt for the 2nd time in this opening quarter. The Eagles offense starting to try out for this next possession. Will try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10.
promise you, that is not how they wanted to start this drive, Mike. I mean, to get blown up at the point of attack, there was just nowhere for the back to go on that run.
Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Man in motion is Brown. Using the jet sweep for the fake, they run it up the middle. And he'll push his way ahead for a gain of 2.
He was taken down.
Malik Robertson there to bring him down.
It's a gain of 3. Brings up 3rd and 8.
Got to get it to the 30. Here comes 3rd down. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Taking off, he'll try to get there. He'll get a dozen out of that one. Scrambling his way to a 1st down.
A gain of 12 yards. And an Eagles 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line.
Having a quarterback with this ability to run is such an X factor in today's NFL. It's an element of their offense that you have to be prepared for on every single play. Here we see it on 3rd down. Starts out as a pass. Nowhere to go with the ball. He tucks it, turns into a runner. Picks up the 1st down.
Throw here down the field. Will fall incomplete. He was looking for A.J. Brown that time.
At the 35-yard line.
And it'll bring up 2nd down.
Well, not exactly breaking news here, Mike. They got speed on the perimeter that just not a lot of teams in the NFL have. So even though that ball falls incomplete, I think they have to continue to do it. Continue to pressure this defense and make them defend the entire field. Because as they're worried about him running back, there is a lot of space open.
A gain of 19
First
yards.
grab of the game for Brown.
That's good.
Good enough for a 1st down.
1st down.
And that's a nice grab for his first catch of the game, Mike. He's someone that the play caller has told us he wants to get him early touches, get him a feel for the game. Nice job there making that happen.
That's complete to his big tight end, Dallas Goedert. And he will be out of bounds on what will turn out to be the final play of this 1st quarter. Eagles in possession to start the 2nd quarter as they've got it with 1st and 10. Hurts and try it again. He's going to run out of time. They get to him and bring him down.
This is where the playmaking ability almost can be a detriment to a running quarterback. They have such confidence in their ability to keep plays alive with their legs that sometimes they hold it just a little bit too long, thinking they can make the next big play. And good job by the defenders tracking them down and took them down for a loss.
So after the loss on 1st, here's 2nd and 14. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think he'd be able to corral. He can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a 3rd down.
It's now 3rd down and 14.
It's just a matter of time. I don't care how good you are or how good a hand you have. You are going to drop passes. It is inevitable in the NFL. But it's the guys that don't let one drop pass lead to 2. They have the ability to put it behind them, move forward, and they can't wait for that next ball to be thrown their way.
And that is incomplete, but a penalty flag is down. Let's see who they got. On 4th down, here comes Jake Elliott for the Philadelphia field goal. This is going to be from 53 yards out. And that one not going to get there, and it's wide to the left as well. It's no good. And this is going to remain a 3-3 game.
Man, that's just tough on an offense, Mike. I mean, you work so hard to get in position to take the lead. It just doesn't work out.
First and 10. Here's Goff. That's a short one caught by Laporta. After the catch, he gets that forward for a gain of 9.
The drag around is such a good way to get the ball early into the hands of your tight end and take some pressure off the quarterback and give him an easy completion. The size and the athleticism allows them to try to pick up more yards, but do it after the catch.
A pitch to Montgomery. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it.
The offense thinks that they can just kind of plow this one up there in the middle and keep the chains moving, but not on this defense. Not only do they not pick up the first down, but after suffering that loss, now they've got some decisions to make on third down.
From the gun on third down, it's gone. The pressure too much, and he goes down. That is Jalen Carter, the Georgia product, barreling in for the sack.
And we've seen this time and time again. When this guy is in a groove like he is here, I mean, he's impossible to block. I mean, the offensive line, they've got to come up with a better plan to slow him down, or he's going to completely wreck this game.
Here's the punter now, as he's on to punt for Detroit. And we will not have a return here. This one angled out of bounds. Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. They'll work in a tie game here in the second quarter and get started with first and 10.
Still end up fumbling the ball because I can tell you from experience, the first 15 minutes of every offensive practice is ball security circuit, and that could be a combination of multiple things. How to go to the ground without getting loose to the ball, almost like the art of falling. It could be running over bags or through bags as guys take swats at the ball trying to knock it out. There are so many ways to simulate what the game is like, because at the end of the day, if you want to win in the NFL, protecting the ball is the #1 priority, and it cannot be stressed enough.
Gives it to Gibbs. And he'll get about 6 there, setting up second down.
The tackle made at the 24-yard line. A 6-yard pickup brings up second and 4.
Laporta in motion. Off the play fake. Here's Goff. That one knocked away. And it's incomplete.
Intended for Sam Laporta.
And the defender does such a good job, Mike, not only putting himself in position to make the play, but how often do we see guys that are there and they just can't quite make it? In this case, he's there, knocks the ball down. Really nice play.
Here's a third down and 4. Not able to be pulled in. It's incomplete. I think he may have himself there. And it's going to bring up fourth down.
And on that third down, they thought an easy way to pick it up and get some positive yards would go to their quick game, but it didn't seem like the receiver and the quarterback were on the same page, and now brings up fourth down.
The field goal unit staying put. They're going to line up and go for this on fourth down. Brought in at the 10. And they're going to get this all the way down inside the 5.
It's a gain of 20.
A big play there on fourth down. Good for an even 20.
First and goal at the 4-yard line.
Sudden change. So you find yourself defensively a little bit on your heels. Your offense just turned the ball over. Now you've got to go out and make a stand. Well, so far this offense has moved the ball pretty quickly, but can they dig in and at least force a field goal?
This one is pulled in on the feet and downs. Yes! Amon-Ra, St. Brown. Touchdown, Lions. And, Greg, that is good play design there. Using the play fake to get the receiver time to get open.
And down here this close to the goal line, Mike, it doesn't take much. All you need is that linebacker or that defender to freeze for that split second. That's all you need to create separation, and that's an easy pitch and catch for a touchdown.
Now Jake Bates on for the extra point. It's up
His kick
and
is good.
And the Lions
Makes the
take
score
a
Lions
10-3 lead.
Eagles 3.
So after the touchdown, it's Bates to kick this one away. Set to return is Xavier Gibson. And he's down at the 23, and that's where the offense will take over.
Eagles take over first and 10.
The Eagles offense make their way out to take over once more. Just the lone field goal for them so far, down 10-3 in this one. And they'll start first and 10. Working in the pistol. That one out in front of his big target. They cannot connect, and it falls incomplete.
Mike, when you're completing less than 35% of your passes, you're just not going to win a lot of games in the NFL. He's just too erratic throughout the course of the game. Sometimes it's exactly how they practiced, and at other times it looks like they've never practiced at all.
Quick throw there on the RPO is broken up. There's no time to get the separation there. The incompletion is going to bring up third down.
Brings up a third down.
He's usually such a reliable target in the passing game, Mike. We just don't see him struggle to come down with catches like that all too often. And when you're one of the go-to guys on your team, I know the hit's coming, but guess what? It feels a lot better after you take that hit after a catch than it does after a catch.
Very close to a first down, but it doesn't look like he got there. And yes, they're going to mark him a yard short.
It's fourth down.
The initial reaction is, how does this quarterback not throw the ball past the first down line to gain to try to extend this drive? And the reality is, because they've already decided they're going to go for it on fourth down.
No move for the punt team. The offense staying out there for fourth down. Hurts going to keep it on the option. And he will take this into the end zone. What a run! Jalen Hurts. Touchdown, Eagles.
Well, I love it, Mike. We're seeing so many teams nowadays as they approach midfield, even on their side of the 50, keeping their offense on the field on 4th down. And it's certainly a risk. It's certainly up there for debate, but in this case, big chance, big reward, and they come down with 6.
Jake Elliott now for the extra point. He's got it, and the Eagles will tie things up. It's now 10-10. So back to level after the touchdown. Time for the kickoff. This taken at the 5. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. That's Amon-Ra St. Brown and the rest of the Detroit offense heading out for their next possession. They'll do so with 1st and 10.
Check, jam, crunch, jam, crunch, jam, jam, crunch.
Out of the shotgun, it's gone. He'll look underneath and finds Gibbs. It'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
Pickup of 3 brings up 2nd and 7 at the 27-yard line.
They'll come up on a 2nd and 7 from the 27. Here's a give to Gibbs on the zone read. Up the sideline to the 40. Angling to the sideline. Inside the 35. And they won't catch him. He'll go all the way. 73 yards. Touchdown, Detroit.
Illegal block in the back. Offense.
You saw that flag come out early, the illegal block in the back. Sometimes, you know, those are judgment calls. This one, pretty clear, and takes that touchdown off the board. Run up the middle, it's Gibbs. He'll be stopped after a pickup of about 3. Jair Alexander up from the secondary to make the stop.
Made just shy of midfield. A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7.
2nd down, they need 7. Laporta in motion. A 2nd down throw for Goff. Right side, it's Laporta, the tight end. And it'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the 1st down.
Just a simple hitch route. Certainly nothing special there or anything downfield, but the idea is the more of those you throw and those efficient passes, the second the defense moves up to take it away, that's when you go for the big ones.
Goff with the give to Montgomery. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
The big guys in the middle of the defense, Mike, the defensive tackles. So often they're asked to do the dirty work. Keep the blockers off the linebackers. Let them run around and make all the plays. But in this case, this guy's able to shed his blocker, make the stop, and keep it to no gain.
On 2nd down, Goff. Here's a screen set up for Gibbs. And that one's not fooling anyone. They were on that screen from the start, and a loss of yards on the play.
The best defenders can just sense when a screen is coming. They can tell the body language of the offensive lineman's pass set. They can tell on the drop of the quarterback. It just doesn't look right It's exactly the case here. Great job getting to the back and taking him down for a loss.
From the gun, it's Goff. That one out wide to Gibbs. It'll gain some yardage here, but that is not nearly enough for the first down. So it's going to bring up fourth down. On comes the punter now. He's on to punt it for the fourth time tonight. Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia offense set to take over once more. And this defense has to be searching for answers right now. It's been his ability to make plays on the ground here in the first half that has really given them fits. The drive begins at the 20. Here's first and 10. Man in motion is Smith. A first down throw for Hurts. He's going to keep it himself.
Initially, they do a really nice job taking away his first and second reads, but what they failed to do is account for him as a runner. He ends up making something positive out of a play that initially didn't look like it had much of a chance.
Ball on the 27. Here's second and 3. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. Still across the field on target to Brown. And he's down inside the 40-yard line. Big-time play with Hurts and Brown. 35 yards.
First down. First and 10 at the 38-yard line.
This defense just gets punched in the mouth on that one, Mike, and it just seemed from up here that not everyone on defense was on the same page, and the offense was able to take advantage of it. The defense has to clean things up here in a hurry, because if they don't, they could be in for a long day.
They'll run it here with Saquon. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line. A gain of 11 on that one. Good for an Eagles first down.
Eagles first down. First and 10 at the 27-yard line.
This offensive line continues to be very physical at the point of attack. They've been able to give their backs plenty of room to run. And that's why they've already eclipsed the century mark here in the opening half.
They're running counter with Barkley. They're going to bring him down, but there is a penalty marker on the field.
Still first down.
Now Hurts. Looking middle, and he's got Brown. Good result there after the penalty. They get the yardage back and then some.
And brings up
the defender has to do a better job here, Mike, of getting depth. He wants to elevate that ball to give his secondary defender a chance to make a play. He gets too much width, not enough depth, and a quarterback like this is going to take advantage.
On the handoff, this is Barkley. He's able to get away from one man, but the reinforcements were there fast. He's taken down for a loss on the play.
Back at the 25-yard line.
Just a little too much east and west there for my liking. I understand what they're trying to do, getting the ball out on the perimeter, but on these early downs, plant your foot and get downhill. Great job by the defense stringing it out, and they're able to force them down for a loss.
On third down, it's Hurts. Pressure gets there, and down he goes.
If this was just one guy dominating dominating them up front. There's a lot of things that you can do. You can chip them. You can double team them. You can start sliding the offensive line and pass protection his way, trying to slow him down. But this has been coming from a lot of different spots, and right now it just looks to be a breakdown in the protection, and they have no answer on how to stop it.
On fourth down, here comes Jake Elliott for the Philadelphia field goal. This will be from 47 yards. And that one not going to get there, and it's wide to the left as well. It's no good. And this will remain a tie ball game.
You know, the hardest part about these missed kicks, Mike, is for all the guys that work so hard to put the ball in position to come away with points. You kind of trot off the field. You're hoping that next possession has a different result.
The Lions offense ready to take over possession of the football. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. Right away, they'll try a jet sweep. Short pickup to the 38.
So, Mike, this is a great example and a great moment to bring up why it's so important for these offenses to make everything look the same. Formationally, pre-snap movement, because the second that motion looks like a jet motion and he's going to get the ball as opposed to a traditional motion, these defenses are so in tune with all those little differences. They know it's coming and it's not going to be a lot of gain.
And he'll be marked down at the 45-yard line.
A gain of 17
yards on that play.
Good.
First down, Detroit.
First down. 1st and 10.
When the offense broke the huddle in the line, Mike, I think everybody in the stadium knew this was going to be a run, but the offense is kind of saying, okay, line up. I dare you to try to stop us, and right now this defense has no answers.
First down, and they stick with Gibbs. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line. He is having his way. Another big game. This time 18 yards and a first down.
Well, here he is just taking over this drive from the running back spot. Frankly, Mike, any time the secondary and defensive backs are making a lot of tackles downfield, you know the offensive line's doing their job up front, and we can see the results.
And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
And this is where the versatility of the tight end position really starts coming into play. Not only do they have to line up with their hand on the ground, but they can occasionally split out in the slot. And, man, they're too fast for linebackers, and a lot of times they're too big for defensive backs.
Throwing on 2nd down. Goff. And this will be incomplete, but there's a flag back in the backfield where the quarterback is. They may have got him after he released the ball.
Automatic first down.
Down at the 12. It's 1st and 10. To throw is Goff. He'll go right back to Laporta. And the Lions are going to be set up with a 1st and goal on a pass play that moves them down to the 1.
It's been a really good drive so far, but what I really like, Mike, is they're down here in the red zone, and they continue to attack. Now, not quite a touchdown, but with 1st and goal, this defense certainly has their back against the ropes.
Montgomery. And looked like he might have had a lane, but the defense closed quickly. He did not get in. 2nd down.
This defense is able to get the hold here on 1st down, Mike, but they might have to do it 3 more times. I think if I'm this offense, I'm saying this is 4-down territory. I've got 3 more shots to gain 1 yard. Here you go.
And now movement up front. This crowd is making it tough down deep in the red zone.
Still 2nd down.
The task a bit tougher as they face 2nd and goal. Here's Goff. That's to the end zone, but it's incomplete. Following the play, we have an Eagle who is shaken up. The training staff going to look and will step out for a moment. Play 7 of the drive coming up, and it's 3rd and goal. The throw is gone. Oh, and that throw not able to be pulled in. It's incomplete. Looked like he may have got a little ahead of himself there, and it's going to bring up 4th down.
Defense got lucky on that one. There's no one accounting for the running back out of the backfield as they should have, and fortunately for them, he bails him out by not securing the catch.
Out comes Jake Bates to try a field goal here. This about as short as you can get. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good.
Makes the score.
And the Lions going to take the lead. It's now 13 to 10.
Yeah, he does a nice job handling that kick there, but I think offensively, you come back to the sideline and you're thinking, we have to find a way to finish these drives. I mean, to be in 1st and goal and settle for 3, that can be very deflating for an offense settling for too many field goals.
So, after his field goal, Bates back out to kick this one away. Bigsby to return it. Across the 20, they'll mark him down before the 25-yard line. And that's where the offense will take over.
24-yard line.
The Eagles offense back onto the field for their next possession. They'll start out 1st down and 10. Start the drive, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
The tackle by Jack Campbell. No gain on the play. 2nd and
2
10.
minutes to play in the first half of a 3-point game. We'll come back to Philadelphia right after this. We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Now Hurts. This one is caught by Johnson. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 3rd and 5.
Here now, 3rd and 5. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Yeah, that one just didn't feel right from the jump. I think he sensed that he was either going to take a sack or get baited into making a bad throw. So ultimately a good decision. Just throw the ball away.
Here's Braden Mann now as he's on to punt for Philadelphia. And he didn't get the check he was hoping for in that one. That goes into the end zone, and it's a touchback. Jahmyr Gibbs and the Detroit offense set to take over again. And he's been a big component of the passing game so far. You see the numbers here in the first half. This defense is going to need to find a way to key in on him because he's eating them up right now. On play action. Goff.
And this defense, they just continue to put in a great night's work. I mean, Mike, you think whether it's been blitz schemes, stunts, whatever, you name it, this offensive line has had its hands full. They have allowed their quarterback to be hit way too many times.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Goff to throw. Catch is made. That is Williams. He's going to be taken down, but there's a late flag in the backfield that might give him 15 more yards.
Automatic first down.
So it'll be 1st and 10. They'll scrimmage at the 33. Now, Goff. That's caught by Gibbs. The Lions call their first timeout. They stop it here with just under 40 seconds until halftime.
At the 41-yard line.
This is a great example of the old saying, Mike. You never go broke taking a profit. And give credit to this quarterback. I know it's not the big explosive play he was looking for, but getting the ball into the hands of his running back, allow him to pick up some extra yardage after the catch.
2nd down, they need 3. They'll go play action with Goff. Now, deep shot for Amon-Ra. And that is incomplete. But a penalty flag is down. Let's see who they got.
Automatic first down.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. Here's Gibbs. And that'll be good for about a half dozen. It'll set up 2nd down. And Detroit's going to use their 2nd timeout as they'll stop it with 27 seconds remaining until halftime.
2nd and 4 at the Eagles' 38-yard line.
They'll work now on 2nd and 4. Goff. That one just too far out in front, and it's incomplete. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the receiver he was trying to target. And it'll be 3rd down.
Throughout this entire game, we've really seen this quarterback operate very efficiently, not only being able to spread the ball to multiple playmakers, Mike, but really complete a high percentage of his passes. So can't let that last incomplete break what's been a really nice rhythm so far.
That one too far out in front. It is incomplete.
I think he predetermined that 3rd down throw, and even though the coverage was tight, he still tried to fit the ball in there anyway, and it ended up falling incomplete. I think if he goes through his progressions and has a little bit more trust in his protection, I think there's an easier throw to make out there.
A field goal, no gimme from this distance. They'll go on 4th down. They'll go for it. Here's Goff. That's taken in. And he's going to get there. He's got the 1st down. What great awareness after the catch. He gets enough to move the chains.
It's a gain
offensively,
of 6.
landing a lot of body blows on this drive, Mike. Just the ability to steadily march the ball downfield and remain so efficient, both run and pass. As they continue to wear this defense out, they have to find a way to end this drive with points. Anything short of that would be a bit of a letdown.
Out comes Jake Bates to try a field goal here. This one from just under 50 yards. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this 1st half of play.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Scott Hansen with you from the EA Studios in Orlando. This has been a heck of a game so far. Just a field goal separating these two squads. You have to imagine both sides are trying to figure out how to clean things up and put some touchdowns up in the 2nd half. Let's find out what goes on in the 3rd quarter. Back out to the stadium and our broadcast team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Scott, thank you. Both teams trying to find the right formula as they come out for the 2nd half. It's about to get underway.
Jake Elliott to kick
3
off
points.
for Philadelphia.
All that separates these two sides has half number 2. Kicks off. Very good kickoff. Returnable from the 4. Get across the 20, mark them at the 22-yard line.
The Lions take over.
Jahmyr Gibbs and the Detroit offense set to take over again. They lead by a field goal as they go to work with a 1st and 10. On the ground to start, they give it to Gibbs. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
We got to see a little taste of just the range this defense can play with. How well they can flow outside as this play gets stretched out. No problem for them, not only to track the runner down, but stop him before he gets back to the line.
2nd and 10. Throwing, Goff. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think he'd be able to corral. Can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a 3rd down.
As you can probably imagine, Mike, this one really burns me. I mean, man, I wish my fellow tight ends catch every ball the entire game, but to be this open and not come down with it, I'm going to have to set a reminder. Next year at TEU, we're going to have to bring out some jugs machines.
And on 3rd down, that ball incomplete.
Intended for Jamison.
So on a day where he's completed, give or take half of his passes, Mike, you have to imagine there's a handful of throws he'd like to have back, and I think that last one falls in that category. But the biggest thing, and most fortunately for them, they find themselves with a lead despite a bit of an up-and-down performance out of their quarterback.
Here's the Lions punt team now, as he'll come on to kick for the 5th time here tonight. And he couldn't get this one to check up, and he'll keep bouncing into the end zone. It's a touchback. The Eagles offense ready for their first possession of this 2nd half. This one has been tight so far. A field goal separating the two sides as this drive kicks off with 1st and 10. Here's a handoff to Barkley. He's able to tiptoe around one tackler, but not the second. He's taken down right at the line of scrimmage.
So they're not going to get the yardage to reflect it, but I actually thought that was a pretty nice job by the running back, at least getting back to the original line of scrimmage. This offensive line, they've got to do a better job getting him through untouched. His yards before contact got to be better.
Once again, it's Barkley. And he'll work ahead for about 5 to the 25.
On the carry. He was brought down by Al-Quadin Muhammad. It's a gain of 5. Brings up 3rd and 5.
Backfield empties. 5 receivers in the formation for 3rd down and 5. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. He'll try to run for it. Taking advantage of the room to run. A gain of 19 on the scramble.
19 yards. That's good for an Eagles first down. 1st and 10 at the 44-yard line.
They go with man coverage on the back end, and while everything's covered up nicely, there's nobody with eyes on the quarterback, so he ends up just using his legs, keeps the drive alive, and that heads-up play moves the chains on 3rd down.
A run with Barkley. Past midfield to the 45. And they're finally going to bring him down. It's a 1st down if it stands, but maybe a hold set him free. Landon Dickerson guilty on
Still first
that
down.
one. Here's Hurts. He finds Devontae Smith.
Outbreaking routes, Mike, especially outside of the numbers, everything is about the timing. If you're late with the throw, you're going to be watching that defensive back take that thing the other way for 6.
Not Jalen Hurts on second down. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Every possession is so critical in these close games. The one thing you can't have here is a turnover. Really nice job making sure that ball is uncatchable, and just line up and snap it again.
3rd and 11. Hurts to throw. Taking a shot downfield for Smith. That's caught. And out of bounds, but not until he gets inside the 25-yard line. A big play and a much-needed one as well. It's a gain of 34. They'll go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10. They'll try the jet sweep. Here comes Brown. And that one shut down right away. Good pressure on the backside. The defense stops him for no gain.
No gain on the play.
Well, that defense had that pegged from the jump, Mike. They tried to catch him a little off guard by doing a jet sweep to the wide receiver. There was no going anywhere on the outside. Great pursuit by the defense. No gain.
Shut down. Motion. Check. Shift.
The throw on second down is Hurts. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think he'd be able to corral. But he can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a 3rd down
and 10.
These are the kind of plays that give running backs bad names. I mean, there's nothing fancy about this. You're wide open. The ball's on target. He just flat out dropped it.
On 3rd down. Oh, that one floated off his back foot. It is intercepted. He's to the 40. Inside the 20. What a time for a pick 6 for the defense. As the other team is trying to get themselves right back in this one, the defense extends the margin with the pick 6.
Yeah, just a critical moment. You find yourself on defense, Mike, trying to hang on to this lead. And not only do you do that, you pick 6 them, and you're able to extend that lead.
Here's Bates for the extra point. The kick is good. And the Lions will extend this 3rd quarter lead.
Eagles 10.
So after the touchdown, it's Bates to kick this one away. Bigsby to return it. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive.
27-yard line.
The Eagles offense getting their final instructions before heading back onto the field. They need to start making some inroads here. Down 2 scores as they begin this drive with 1st down. He'll start on the ground with Barkley. And he is stopped in his tracks. Loss of a couple on the play.
The tackle by Jack Campbell.
Every team makes an emphasis on winning 1st down, but as a defense, when you're able to take them back for a loss, 2nd and long, you can really become more of a pass-centric defense and really tips the scales into your favor.
Last play went the wrong way. It sets up second and long. It's second down and 12. A pistol snap back to Hurts. Short pass. He's got Calcaterra.
Complete.
And he's going to be out of bounds. Gain of just a couple. And now we've got third down coming up.
Brings up third and 10.
From the shotgun, it's Hurts. He'll try and carry that ball loosely, and it is out. And the Lions have come up with the football.
That was a great play by the defense, Mike. He got a little sloppy with ball security as he leaves the pocket. They're able to knock it loose and put an end to this drive.
Jahmyr Gibbs and the Detroit offense set to take over again. They start with the lead and the football. They do so with tremendous field position. It's first and 10. Gives it to Gibbs. Nice job finding the seam. Gain of about 9. Just a yard short of that first down.
On the tackle.
And he has been a handful to deal with throughout this entire contest, Mike. And they came into the game saying, we want to impose our will on the defense, and that's exactly what they've been able to do.
Off the play fake. Here's Goff. No one open. He'll drop it to his running back. A big play there on second down, but we do have a flag on the field. That's in an area where usually this play gets erased. They get the rookie out of Georgia, Tate Ratledge, that
Still
time.
second down.
Throwing on second down. Goff under pressure, and down he goes. They got him.
You know, we can sit up here all day long and critique the quarterback, and you can see his eyes aren't downfield. He's a little jittery in the pocket. But with the amount he's been sacked and hit today, Mike, I can't say I really blame him.
Work to do following the sack. It is third and long. Here's Goff. The pressure gets there again, and again he goes down.
This has been a masterful game plan defensively. I mean, not only have they found their mismatches and been able to exploit them, it's led to 7 sacks so far. I mean, even when the offense seems to make an adjustment, Mike, the defense just still seems to be one step ahead of them.
The Lions will punt this ball away.
For the Lions.
As this drive went backwards, he's on to kick it away. This is going to get out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. This will begin at their own 13-yard line. So work to do starting with this first and 10. Snap. He'll step up and run, and he'll slide to a hole after picking up about 6.
A 6-yard
Take a look at his eyes. You can see the quarterback clearly going through all of his progressions, and he's quick to realize there's nowhere to go with this ball. He makes the right decision and gets out of there, picks up some good yardage, and gets down on the ground.
Second down throw for Hurts. This one not quite on target.
intended
Too
for
much.
A.J.
That one
Brown.
falls incomplete. He was looking for A.J. Brown that time.
And 4.
Third down coming up.
It's always a risky decision anytime a quarterback tries to force the ball, especially into those tightly contested areas. Not a lot of daylight, not a lot of room for error. In this case, it just falls simply as an incomplete. But as this game unfolds, better decisions are going to lead to better results.
This was just too far for the receiver out in front of him. That one falls incomplete. He was looking for A.J. Brown that time. And it's going to lead to fourth down.
Missed opportunities like these are a big reason why they find themselves down double digits here in the third quarter, Mike. Points on this possession could have gone a long way towards making this game competitive. Instead, poor execution, especially in the passing game, and it's another wasted drive.
The Lions take
So
over
Jared
first
Goff
and 10.
and the Lions offense getting set for this next drive. And he has been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been picked apart. That is borne out in those impressive numbers. He has been terrific all game long. To Slav, a man in motion. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And he's brought down after a gain of
Personal
6
foul.
on first
Roughing
down.
the passer, defense. Automatic first down.
To Slav, a man in motion. Oh, a short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. That's a pass he say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up second down.
Second and 10.
So there's a sense of urgency with these RPOs, especially in the NFL game, because your linemen, they're thinking it's a run, so you can't allow them to get downfield. So that's where this quick decision-making from the quarterback is so critical, and the timing of this one just wasn't good.
The ball comes out.
And with all this talk about ball security, I can tell you firsthand, like, a lot of it just becomes mental. It's like the more you think about it, the more you stress it in practice, it almost gets worse. It's one of those things that when it starts to spiral, it's just hard to pull yourself out.
The Eagles offense ready to get back at it. They've got great starting position with a short field as they try to get back in this one. It is first and 10. And remember now, all turnovers must be reviewed by
Previous
replay.
play is under
so
review.
this one is going to need a little closer look. At issue was the knee or any other body part except the hand down before the ball comes loose. And are the visuals convincing enough to overturn the call on the field?
After review of the play, the ruling on the field is reversed.
So that one overturned. They say the runner was down, and that will not be a fumble. Here's third and 7. From the gun, it's up. Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him.
These pass rushers, they love these situations where they can just pin their ears back and go after the quarterback. They knew they had a chance to put an end to this drive, and they didn't let it go to waste.
On fourth down, out comes the punter.
For the Lions.
The Eagles offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. The deficit is at 10, so an important drive forthcoming. Getting started with 1st and 10. Man in motion is Brown. Off the play fake, Hurts. That's caught. Saquon Barkley. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7 at the 23-yard line.
From the 23, here's 2nd down and 7. Here's Barkley. And he'll pick his way forward. A gain of about 5.
Saquon Barkley.
That's going to set up 3rd down.
He was taken down by
And as of right now, they find themselves trailing at the moment, but it's certainly not because of the ground game. And he's averaging over 4 yards per carry. Just hasn't been enough to overcome some of their shortcomings elsewhere.
Contact up front. Did they get one of the defenders to jump?
Automatic 1st down.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. A tight end in motion now. On the ground, this is Barkley. It's a gain there of 26 yards.
A gain of 26 yards. That's another Eagles 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 40-yard line.
It's definitely nice to have one of those bruising, punishing backs to kind of help wear down the defense. But I'll tell you what, you can give me a flat-out electric runner like this guy any day of the week. He can turn on those jets, get in that high gear, and he is gone.
To the right side, caught by Dobbs. And he's close to another 1st down. He'll step out right at that 1st down marker.
At the 31-yard
Not the biggest gain in the world, Mike, but what I really like from the quarterback is just the timing of the drop, the timing of the delivery, and hopefully this can jumpstart this offense in the right direction.
Hurts delivers it quick to Brown. And they'll pick up the 1st down, a gain of about 4.
So as the saying in the NFL, Mike, short throw, long catch, and that's exactly what they wanted to go with here. Operate in the quick game, don't stress the protection, and while he didn't get necessarily the big play, he does get enough to move the chains.
A 1st down throw for Hurts. That's over the middle and caught by Smith. What a pickup, a gain of 18. And it sets up 1st and goal.
That's good for an Eagles 1st down.
I love the way the ball's been moving around to different guys this drive, Mike. I mean, it really keeps the defense guessing and off balance. And now this defense is going to have to figure out how to keep this offense out of the end zone because it's 1st and goal.
Man in motion is Brown. Hurts again. 1st down throw there is incomplete. Devontae Smith, the intended receiver. And it'll be 2nd and goal.
Just seems like another case of predetermining where the quarterback is going to go with the ball. He had a lot of good route options on that last concept. I think if he just remains a little bit more patient, read the play out, let it unfold, lead to some...
And he will get into the end zone. Saquon Barkley. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Touchdown,
Good
Eagles.
drive. They kept the ball. Greg, they moved it effectively down the field and finish it off on the ground for the touchdown.
So often, Mike, we see teams work on a great drive to get down here close, only to settle for a field goal. But in this case, give them a lot of credit. They put a great drive together, but they're able to capitalize and finish it off with 6.
On is Elliott to
the
add the
after.
extra point. His kick is good. And the Eagles are back within a field goal. The lead is 3.
Eagles 17.
So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. Here comes a return from the 5. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line.
28-yard line.
Jahmyr Gibbs and the Detroit offense set to take over again. And as you take a look at the numbers, you have to imagine he was the top conversation in that locker room at halftime. They got to find a way to slow him down. Nothing they've done has worked so far. They'll start this one on the ground with Gibbs. And that play going nowhere. The defense all over that one. They'll bring him down for a big loss.
Back at the 22-yard line.
I'd like to see that running back be a little bit more decisive with his cut, Mike. You can see he was a little hesitant, and once you're late making that decision, you just kind of get strong laterally. Great job there by the defense, and he has no choice but to take that loss.
A second down throw for Goff. Throw over the middle, and they can't connect. It's incomplete.
For Isaac to Slaw.
So I'm not really sure if it would have mattered, Mike. I don't think they were going to have enough to pick up the first down either way. But at least if that ball's completed, third down's just a little bit more manageable. Because now after the incomplete, they find themselves in third and pass.
Now Goff. Tries to get that one down the field, but it is incomplete.
I like the fact that they took a shot on third and long, right? A lot of offenses in that situation would be a little bit more conservative playing for the fourth down punt. They're trying to pick up a big chunk play through the air, but now that you can't connect, it all but guarantees you got to punt this ball away as it brings up 4th and a mile.
Saquon Barkley and this Eagle offense set to take over again. Play action. Here's Hurts. Escaping to his left. They get 13 to begin the drive. It's a first down.
13 yards on the play.
They got to do a better job of keeping the quarterback contained in the pocket all week, Mike, against mobile quarterbacks. You talk about rushing as a group. This time they get a little undisciplined with their rush lane integrity, and he makes them pay.
Man in motion is Brown. He's trying to get around the corner, but can't. Going to be run down behind the line. A completion, yes. A loss of yardage?
It's a loss of 2.
Yes, as well.
Brings up 2nd and 12 at the 31-yard line.
Here's a 2nd and 12. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. That'll be caught left side. It's Goddard. And that's a good gain there. It's going to wind up just a couple of yards shy of that first down.
That's a gain of 10.
When you put plays like this on
2.
tape, it sends a message to every defender across the league. When you play this offense and this guy has the ball, you better bring it when you come to contact him, because if not, you're going to be on the wrong end of it.
Like a design run, Hurts has it. 14 on the pickup. First down, Philadelphia.
It's a gain of 14
And
yards.
that last run sets a new NFL record. Most rush yards in a single game by a quarterback. It was set by Justin Fields when he was with the Bears. He had 178 on the ground in 2022. This game tops that. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. They try to set up the screen, but this one doomed from the start. It's incomplete. Devontae Smith, the intended receiver, and it'll lead to a 2nd down.
Timing and trust, critical elements of this quick passing game. If your target and the quarterback are not on the same page, it winds up being an incompletion and a wasted down.
On 2nd down, Hurts. He'll be brought down. It was a nice pickup, but a penalty flag
Holding
on the play.
offense.
Early indications of a hold. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. He's going to run it.
Well, we've seen time and time again just how dangerous this quarterback can be, Mike, when he decides to tuck it and take off. So that is a great job defensively to rally to the football and hold him to just a short gain.
3rd and a long way to go. To throw is Hurts. Nowhere to go. He is taken down.
We're starting to see in these passing situations, Mike, this defensive line is starting to have their way against this group up front, because right now their pass protection is breaking down and this quarterback's paying the price for it.
Here comes the Eagles punt team.
For the Eagles. The Lions take over 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line.
The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Here's a handoff to Gibbs. And he's got this up close to the 35-yard line. Give him 14 on that play. One play, one first down. So both teams trade touchdowns in that frame as we get through the end of the 3rd quarter. And Sunday Night Primetime continues after this. From the 34 now, it's 1st and 10. On play action. Goff. He gets through to drop him, and it's a loss of 4.
They probably would have been better off just handing the ball off to the running back, Mike, because when they used him as a decoy, nobody fell for it. By the time he finished his fake and got his head around, the defense was all over him.
So after the loss on first, here's 2nd and 14. Got the throw. And pass caught by Amon-Ra. Well, that helps. It's going to be a much more manageable third down, getting some good yardage on that 2nd down play. 1st and 10. They'll run the draw with Gibbs. This defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple.
A loss of 2.
Well, on the back of the previous play, Mike, we saw him have some success through the air. They tried to change it up with a draw, but the defense wasn't having any of it. Didn't sell out for the pass. They're able to stop that one for a loss.
On 2nd down, Goff throwing off his back foot, and it's taken in. And he will not get away. Terrific open field tackle. Gets him down behind the line.
That's just bad timing by the offensive line. They've got to get their linemen out in front of him. So either the linemen need to go faster or the back just needs to be more patient. But either way, they're just not in sync on that screen pass.
Throw not able to be pulled in. It's incomplete. Looked like he may have got a little ahead of himself there. And it's going to bring up 4th down.
They tried to go with the quick game here in hopes they could do something with it after the catch, but I don't think everyone was necessarily on the same page, and this ends up being a wasted down.
The Eagles offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession.
20-yard line.
The give, now it's Hurts. That one, it's on target, but it goes as an incompletion. Looked like he had that one in his grasp, but unable to hold on, and it will be 2nd down.
At the 20-yard line.
At this level, you just would expect a little bit better execution and accuracy on those intermediate throws. I think he had an opportunity there for a nice pickup. Off target, off rhythm, and ends up getting away from him.
Now the screen set up for Barkley. This one going to be sniffed out. Blown up in the backfield.
Yes, you can see the screenplay. The timing was just out of whack from the jump. So the key is, Mike, the running back has to stay in phase with his offensive line. If one of them gets out too fast or too slow, the back and the blocking don't marry up, and you see that's why he's taken down behind the line of scrimmage.
On 3rd down, it's Hurts. Catch made there, that's Smith. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up 4th down.
And it seems like he just cut that route a little too short. He's got to get more depth on the initial stem, and that way he makes sure when he catches the ball, it's beyond the sticks.
The Lions take over
The
1st
Lions
and 10.
offense ready to take over once more.
20-yard line.
Goff going to throw here on 1st and 10. That one out of the reach of the receiver's outstretched arms. It is incomplete.
There's certain guys, Mike, that have earned the right to make those tight window throws. And that doesn't mean that he's not going to get himself into trouble from time to time, but we've seen throughout his career his ability to make throws that other guys are either uncomfortable or unable to make is a big reason why he's kind of in a class all of his own.
They hand it to Gibbs. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage and might have even lost a yard there.
Well, now this brings up 3rd down, Mike, and a really tough call for this coach. Does he want to remain aggressive, put the ball in the air, and try to keep this offense on the field? Or can he be a little more conservative, not be afraid to punt the ball away, and hope his defense can finish this game out?
This throw left side for Tisma. He's got it. And they were hoping for a little more on that one. Brought down well short of the first. So it'll bring up 4th down.
This is a really popular concept on 3rd down. It's good versus man. It's good versus zone. They call it mesh routes or drag routes. They want to create some traffic in the middle of the field and pop the receiver out the backside of the defense. You give credit to the defense. They were ready for it. They rallied to the ball and keeps them short from picking up the 1st down.
I hit that a little too well. It lands a couple of yards in the end zone for a touchdown. The Eagles offense headed back to take over once more. On 1st down, it's Hurts. He'll get that out to Barkley. And mark him down up beyond the 30. He'll get 11 there. And that's a quick 1st down.
And an Eagles
Really nice job there, Mike. I mean, he sees the blitz coming and just gets the ball out of his hands. Understand where your outlets are. It results in an easy pitch and catch and move the chains.
On play action, here's Hurts. Throw left side, but that's going to be incomplete.
Yeah, so this just really comes down to really good defense. You can tell the quarterback's trying to target something downfield, and when they take that away, typically there's something underneath, but they had all levels of the coverage accounted for, and that was a really nice job.
A pistol snap. Back to Hurts. He'll step up and run this. And he will slide down with the 1st down for the moment. There is a penalty flag on the play. Now Jalen Hurts on 2nd down. He'll look underneath here for Barkley. He'll be brought down. It was a nice pickup, but a penalty flag on the play. Early indications of a hold. To throw on 2nd down is Hurts. Rush comes. They're setting up the screen. And they'll at least get that penalty yardage back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll set up a 3rd and 10.
3rd down and 9.
Again, Hurts. And that is incomplete.
I'd say one of the most critical elements of a dynamic offense, Mike, is how efficient are you on 3rd down? It's something these teams stress all week. Here's an opportunity to continue to extend this drive. The defense wins this time and brings up 4th down.
Here comes the Eagles punt team.
For the Eagles.
Forced to punt, trailing here in the 4th quarter.
The Lions take over.
The Lions offense ready to take over once again. Laporta in motion. Straight ahead with Gibbs. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
He was brought down by
You want to see linebackers play downhill, Mike, meaning there's not a lot of side-to-side pursuit. They're attacking the line of scrimmage, attacking the ball carrier. That's exactly what we saw out of this guy here. He's able to make the stop at the line of scrimmage and keep it to no gain.
Once again, it's Gibbs. And he'll get 4 here, up to the 24-yard line.
He was brought down by Sidney Brown. It's a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 6.
This crowd into it now as we get to 3rd down. From the gun, it's Goff. That one too far out in front. It is incomplete.
I think as the offense comes to the sideline now, the quarterback and his wide receivers need to get together and say, hey, guys, what are you seeing out there? How can we find some open targets? Because on that last down, there was nowhere to go with the ball.
So it's 4th down. They'll call on the punt team as they try to play the field position game here, protecting a 4th quarter lead. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback.
The Eagles take over first
to the 20-yard line.
At their own 20-yard line.
Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. Too much, and they drop him in the backfield.
Looked like that might have been a RPO, a run-pass option. The quarterback has the ability to put the ball in the belly of the running back or pull it on the pass. Looked like he might have been better off pulling that one because he handed it off, and there was nowhere for that running back to go.
He'll stay on the ground with Barkley. And he'll get this ahead. Gain of about 4, and it leads to 3rd down.
He's brought down at the 20-yard line. That's a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 10.
From the shotgun, it hurts. Taking off, he'll try to get there. And he will have a 1st down, but I don't think that's going to stand. They're already heading backwards. They need one right now. 3rd and long. Hurts. Looking down the field, but that falls incomplete.
He's really struggled with his accuracy all game long, and when you look, Mike, I think he's had some opportunities downfield to connect with his guys, and it's one of the biggest reasons they find themselves trailing here late in this game.
And now here comes the punt team, as he'll have to hit it from his own end zone. Raymond going to return it. That's a nice job of making things more manageable for this offense as he takes it back beyond the 25-yard line.
At their own 26-yard line.
The Lions offense makes their way back out to the field for their next possession. On the ground to start, they give it to Gibbs. And he's out of bounds, close to the 45-yard line. Love to start any drive like that. 18 on the first play. And a first down.
Fourth quarter, you find yourself protecting a one-possession lead. It's a fine line, Mike, between do I keep the ball on the ground, continue to work the clock, or stay aggressive, try to extend this lead to a multiple possession game. That's the balance this play caller is dealing with right now.
And he's brought down after a gain of a couple.
He was tackled at the 46-yard line. A gain of 2 brings up 2nd and 8.
From the 46, here's 2nd and 8. On the ground, this is Gibbs. And he will not be able to get free, picking up only a yard. Now, it's 3rd down.
A gain of a yard brings up 3rd and 7.
Now, gone. Here's a screen set up for Gibbs. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away well short of the first down mark.
It's 4th down.
When you're willing to throw the ball short of the sticks on 3rd down, you know what that tells me, Mike? The decision to go for it on 4th down has already been made. If you're able to pick it up with yards after the catch, great. But if not, it's a 4th and short, and you give yourself a realistic shot of converting on this 4th down.
The Eagles take over first
The Eagles
and 10.
offense about ready to take over once more.
Line.
Play action. Here's Hurts. That's thrown right side, but incomplete.
Intended for Dallas.
And this is where the timing of these passing game, you see guys, they call it routes on air, Mike. During the course of the week, there's no defense, nobody playing on coverage, but it's the timing. It's be on time, get your depth, be where the quarterback expects you to be, because then when the game starts, things get sped up just a little bit more for the quarterback. And in this case, it's a perfect example. He's open, he tries to lead his guy, just puts a little too much in front.
And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
Complete to number 11.
Just take what the
A.J. Brown.
defense is giving you. And you can stay ahead of the chains and just take these easy pitch and catch throws underneath, hitch routes, quick game. Now it puts you in a lot more favorable down and distances to eventually attack this defense a little bit more downfield.
On 3rd down, here's Hurts. That's taken in by Dotson. He's going to have the first down. So they convert on 3rd down with a pickup of 9.
Eagles first down. 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line.
Critical 3rd down conversion there, Mike. Now brings up a fresh set of downs. You find yourself here trailing in the 4th quarter. They got to go down and score, and they got to score fast.
Hurts looking in the pistol. Looking middle there, but it's incomplete.
Intended for Dallas Goedert.
Just didn't quite get enough into that ball. You see sometimes the pressure, the rush, force a quarterback to throw the ball off his back foot, and I think there was a little bit of that here at play. You have to be willing to step up, even in the face of pressure, and get enough behind that ball to put that one a little bit more on the money.
Hurts delivers it quick to Brown. That one going nowhere. A late penalty flag comes in. They may get bailed out here. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Flags come in. Looks like there was movement on the right side of the O-line. Hurts again. He's got his tight end, Goddard, working the middle of the field.
Complete to number 88, Dallas Goddard. A gain of 6 brings up 2nd and 9 at the 50-yard line.
Ball right on the 50-yard line. Here's 2nd and 9. Off the play fake. Hurts. That'll be taken in by Parker. And he can't get away. They rally to the football defensively. Bring him down for no gain.
A 1-yard loss on the play. It's now 3rd and 10.
Big play coming up. This is 3rd down. To the air again. Hurts. This one just too far for the receiver. Out in front of him. That one falls incomplete. Devontae Smith, the intended receiver. And that's going to lead to a 4th down.
I really like the personnel adjustment by the defensive coordinator, Mike. They go dime coverage, so they're going to bring out 6 defensive backs, really play the pass and muddy it up with as many pass defenders as you can. Nowhere to go with the ball. And now we got to see, does the offensive coordinator, when he sees that dime package take the field, what answers does he have?
Here's the Detroit offense now headed back onto the field. They'll begin with 1st down from their own 11. Out of the shotgun. It's gone. He's got Laporta open on the left side. They'll get it up 4 here as he is taken down.
A gain of 5.
It's not the big play they were hoping for, but 1st down efficiency, staying ahead of the chains, is what every offense is trying to find, and it brings up a manageable 2nd down.
They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5. To throw. That's going to be incomplete. Coverage very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force 3rd down.
It's 3rd down.
And we got a big 3rd down coming up here, Mike. They got a chance with the conversion to possibly get this under the 2-minute warning, put this defense in a position where they have to start using their timeouts.
And from the gun on 3rd down, it's gone. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Really nice coverage there defensively. And here you find yourself in a 1-score game. Like, he understands the value of protecting the ball. Really smart decision. Throw it away. Snap it again.
Special teams out to the field, ready for this punt. As he'll hit this from just outside of his own goal line. The Eagles offense ready to get back to work.
At their own 20-yard line.
I'll run up the middle with Barkley. And he is backfield. Defenders crashing through. Blow up that play behind the line.
Back at the 17-yard line.
We don't give these big guys enough credit, Mike, just how fast these defensive tackles really are. Here he uses his speed to break through, take the back down for a loss.
Now on 2nd and long. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. Open man, Devontae Smith. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play.
It's a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 9.
So, 2 minutes to play here in the 2nd half. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. The defense trying to come up with a stop on 3rd down and 9. They'll drop to throw. Now a screen set up for Barkley. Searching for 4th down coming up.
Well, when you call a screenplay, of course, you're looking to catch the defense off guard and pick up a chunk play. You're not thinking you're actually going to find yourself going backwards, but that's exactly the case here, and really nice job by the defense sniffing that one out.
Here we go. This is 4th down. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Over the middle to his tight end, Goddard. And that's not going to work. The defense comes up with a 4th down, 4th quarter stand, and forces a turnover on downs. Man in motion is Brown. Hurts to the air on 1st down.
Hurts pass complete to Grant Calcaterra. 2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8 at the 43-yard line.
2nd down and 8. Hurts will try it again. I had a defender draped all over him. Incomplete. Good work to body him up and set up
Brings up
a 3rd down.
And 8 yards to go.
The game is there for the taking. They control their own destiny, but this brings up a really big 3rd down here. But remember, they don't have to force it and push the ball past the sticks. Even if they come up short, they still have 4th down in their back pocket to try to extend this drive and see if they can pull out the win here late.
That is incomplete. Here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's 4th down.
On the coverage.
They desperately needed that one, Mike. Down here late, they've only got a few remaining snaps to go, and it puts all of the pressure of the game now on 4th down. Let's see what play call they have in a gotta-have-it situation. And right now, this quarterback needs to make his best throw in the biggest moment of the game.
He's going to dial up another deep ball. And that is incomplete. But a penalty flag is down. Let's see who they got. They still have all 3 timeouts, and here we go with 1st and 10. A run with Barkley. And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down. Now a stoppage for an injured player, and it's Saquon Barkley who appears to be shaken up. That is a worrisome development here late in the game. Second down, 8 for the 1st down. To throw is Hurts. Now a screen set up for Bigsby. And that one's not fooling anyone. They were on that screen from the start. And a loss of yards on the play. Big play in the game right here. It's 3rd down. Hurts now. That is incomplete. Here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's 4th down.
And you think back earlier, remember, Mike, he threw that pick 6 in a very similar situation. So this time around, much better decision. Doesn't take any chances. Smart move to just throw that one away.
Now or never, they'll throw on 4th down. That's going to be caught. And this is not going to do it. The defense comes through here in the final minute. And it may just be enough to get them a victory.
Finding yourself down to your final timeout, this is the moment. This is the drive that you have to find a way to extend if you're going to claw yourself back into this game. But the defense comes up with a huge stop, and that will all but end this game.
Only one timeout remaining for the defense as they take a knee. So a win for the visitors, the Lions. And right away you can point to the turnover battle. Always key. Tells the story so often. It did here again today. Their offense didn't turn it over at all. They finished on the plus side with the takeaways. And as a result, they're going to come away with the victory. Mike Tirico, Greg Olsen ready to get this one going. Jake Bates set to get it started. Off we go on Sunday Night Football. Now an opening past the 30. A very good field position to start as the return is past the 40.
At their own 44-yard line.
Here come the Eagles, and they are led by the reigning Super Bowl MVP. What a season for Jalen Hurts. Took the Eagles to the mountaintop. Now his 6th season in the NFL.
This is someone who just seems like every year they just get better and better, Mike, right? I mean, think back, whether it was Alabama to Oklahoma to being a Heisman finalist, going from a backup role to MVP candidate. His development has been fun to watch, and now he's universally considered one of the best all-around quarterbacks in the league, and if they want to leave here with a win, they're going to need him to be just that.
And he's going to be hit and dropped behind the line. Great push upfield defensively. What a way to start this one.
Brings up second and
You spend all week on your opening script. What are the plays that allow you to find a rhythm and have some early success offensively? Well, in this case, that first play you drawn up sent you going back the wrong direction. How does that change this play caller's approach to the ground game going forward?
On play action, Hurts. And that ball in and out of his hands. It is incomplete. Might tell you after the game he should have come up with that one. He doesn't. And now third down comes up.
12 yards to go.
I like the aggressiveness. Early in the game, right out of the gate, make the defense realize we are going to challenge you downfield. And what that does is it opens everything else up. Now, you got to hit a couple of these, and don't be surprised if they go back to a deep shot here pretty quickly.
Holding offense.
So on fourth down, they'll call on Braden Mann to punt. Deep for the Lions, Holly Freeman.
The Lions take over first and 10.
So the Lions come out, and they are led again by Jared Goff. Already year 10 in the league, and half of those 10 with the Lions. Remember, took the Rams to a Super Bowl as well. What a year last year, Greg. Second in passing yards in the NFL.
And after studying this quarterback, Mike, I really like the way he carries himself. He really takes accountability. Every time there's something that goes wrong, he puts it on his shoulders. And every time there's success, he's always the first one to give it to everybody else. That's the kind of leadership role you're looking for out of this position. And I think this guy's a great example of it.
And he's going to be out of bounds, but up past the 35.
16 yards.
16 yards on the game. And a quick first down.
And this is what you can do when you have one of the best receivers in the game. You understand that even if the coverage is not perfect for the play call, sometimes it's just as simple as my guy is better than your guy, and we're going to just keep giving him a chance.
And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
The tackle made at the 36-yard line. A gain of a yard. Brings up second and 9.
Ball on the 36 now. Here's second down and 9. From the gun, it's Goff. And that ball in and out of his hands. It is incomplete. Might tell you after the game he should have come up with that one. He doesn't, and now third down comes up.
To go.
You know, there's a rule that's pretty simple when you're running routes against zone coverage, Mike, and it's as simple as if you're open, stay open. Instead, you see the receiver here, he ends up running to a covered window, and it just clouds the vision of the quarterback. Instead of throwing into a wide-open target, he's now forced to throw into a contested area.
He'll be stopped here, short of the first down marker. Penalty flag is out as well. Early big play here. They're going to go for it on fourth down. From the gun, here's Gibbs. And he's not going anywhere. Stuffed behind the line. They have turned it over on down.
Is a turnover on
the Eagles
down.
offense ready to get going with their second possession. They'll start with a short field, looking for the first points of this contest. And they'll begin 1st and 10. There's caught out wide on the RPO. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
It's a pickup of 6. Brings up 2nd and 4 at the 38-yard line.
Now Hurts going to call his own number. No dice there. He is met and tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
The decision whether to keep the ball or to hand it to the back happens so fast. In this case, the quarterback thinks it was a keep read. The defense was there ready to stop him. Tackle for loss.
Here's a 3rd and 10. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. Headed left, buying time. And he's going to go into the end zone on an electrifying run. Jalen Hurts. Touchdown, Eagles.
But you think back to their first possession of this game, Mike, it resulted in a punt. Not exactly the fast start the coaches told us was so important as this game unfolds. They get the ball back for possession two. Now they try to find some rhythm, find their identity of the game plan, and they come away with 6. So that's how you bounce back in this league. It's not always going to be perfect. Really nice job settling into this game here with their second possession.
Eagles 7, Lions nothing.
Seven 0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. This returnable from the 4. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line.
At their own
the Lions offense about ready to get going on their second possession. They'll bring St. Brown in motion. Using the jet sweep to the fake, they run it up the middle. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
These edge rushers, they are judged by their sack totals. Like they love to rush the passer. They have responsibilities in the run game as well. Great job here, keeping it to no gain.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Goff gives it to Gibbs. Once again, this defense up to the task. They stop him from no gain yet again. And now it's third down.
A loss of a yard on the play.
And after that negative run, I think this changes the play call now on third down. So this offensive line has to be a lot better on first and second down to gain positive yards. Stay on track because you don't want to be in third and pass too often in today's NFL.
To throw is gone. He's got his tight end. That's Laporta. And he'll be taken down at the 30. It is a huge play for Detroit. 45 yards.
The Lions first down.
How about that for your first catch of the game? I mean, to be able to attack the defense with your very first grab really sets things up nicely for the rest of the game. So defensively, they need to tighten up a little bit on the back end. I promise you that's not going to be the last time they call his number.
And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up second and 7 at the Eagles' 27-yard line.
They'll come up on a second and 7 from the 27. The Slav, the man in motion. That's a short one caught by Laporta. And he's going to take it into the end zone. It's a touchdown. There is a penalty marker down, but it looks like this one's going to hold up.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense.
The
now
kicker
Jake
on
Bates
for the extra point.
for the extra point. He knocks it through.
Kick is good.
And the Lions will tie things up at 7-7 here in the opening quarter. We're all tied, 7 apiece, and the kick's away. Gibson now on the return. He'll get across the 20, mark him down at the 23-yard line.
The Eagles take over
the
first
Eagles
and 10
offense ready to
at
see
their
what
own
they can do.
23-yard line.
Operating from their own 23, they'll begin first and 10. Now, Hurts. He's got the 2021 Heisman winner. That's Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith. A 3-yard pickup. Brings up second and 7 at the 26-yard line.
So, from the 26-yard line, here's second down and 7. First carry for Saquon Barkley. Trying to find some place to go, but nothing developing. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 1.
Loss of 2 yards.
This play here, Mike, is just all about the get-off of the defensive line. Watch how fast they go when that ball is snapped. Nowhere for this running back except to go down for a loss.
On third down, here's Hurts. Taking a shot downfield for Smith. That is knocked away downfield, incomplete. He made sure not to let the receiver get behind him. Third down stop sets up fourth down.
And barring an aggressive decision here on 4th down, it just seemed like a really wasted possession to go 3 and out, not able to pick up a single 1st down. Not only do you not able to gain any field position advantage, it really takes a lot of the wind out of your sails as you find yourself jogging off the field and the punt team coming on.
And he didn't give the Gunners a chance to get down there and make a play for him. It's into the end zone and a touchback. The Lions offense ready for this next possession. On 1st and 10, here's Goff. That'll be caught. It's Jahmyr Gibbs. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. Laporta in motion. A run up the middle, it's Gibbs. And the strength on display, rambling through tacklers for a gain of 8 yards.
He was brought down at his 49-yard
This just shows why you can't count on just one guy to take him down. He's a powerful enough runner. You gotta have guys coming in support when that first hit is made. It takes a team effort to stop him, especially once he gets going.
On the handoff, this is good. And he'll get the 1st down there, a pickup of about 5 yards.
A gain of 6. That's good for a Lions 1st down. 1st and 10.
This is a situation that play callers love to be in, Mike. They have all their options on the table. 2nd and short, play action pass, you can run. In this case, they choose to keep it on the ground, play it safe, pick up the 1st down.
Right side, it's Laporta, the tight end. And he is out of bounds at the 31-yard line. Remember, he had the touchdown catch the last time they had the football. Here, he's got a 1st down.
Really nice throw there. The ability to throw the ball out on the perimeter. Yes, arm strength and all of that, but it's also timing. The timing of the route. When is that wide receiver coming out of his break to deliver that ball accurately as his head comes around? If the ball's thrown too early, the receiver's not ready. If the ball's thrown too late, that's when disaster strikes.
4 catches already in this opening quarter, off to a hot start as he picks up the 1st down.
So the athleticism of this tight end is pretty well documented, Mike. I mean, he can pick up yards after the catch. It's just such a rare trait for tight ends. So it's the size, it's the speed, it's the matchup problem. And we got a glimpse of all of it right here.
Open man, it's Jameson Williams. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
At the 9-yard line.
Here's Goff. Here's a screen set up for Gibbs. This one's going to be sniffed out, blown up in the backfield.
A loss of 2 yards.
And that's a really heads-up play by the defender, Mike. Once he diagnosed the screen, he immediately puts himself in position to make the play. This offense just winds up going backwards.
A successful drive, but in danger of stalling. Trying to convert now on 3rd and 7. And that one is incomplete. Penalty flag down in the backfield in the area of holding. On 4th down, that brings Jake Bates out for the Lions field goal. This about as short as you can get. Bates kick is good. And the Lions will break our tie and take a 10-7 lead.
So it's not exactly what you're looking for when you set out on a drive, but at the same time, you don't want to come away empty-handed either. So in this case, they'll take those 3 points.
So after his field goal, Bates back out to kick this one away. Gibson now on the return. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. So here's a 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 24. Throwing is Hurts. And the pressure will get to him. He goes down. There is a flag there on the play, but I think that's going to be holding on the offense. Man in motion is Brown. On 2nd down, Hurts. That's on Saquon Barkley. Well, they'll get some of the sack yards back, but it's still going to leave them with 3rd down.
They may not have moved the chains, but with what they were dealing with there on 2nd down, that's a really nice pickup because now it opens up your play call sheet on 3rd down where it's a little bit more manageable.
That's Goddard in motion. On 3rd down, it's Hurts. This one broken up. It's incomplete. Good job separating the receiver from the ball, and it is 4th down.
And that's exactly how you teach it. They want these defenders to time the hit, that right when the ball gets there, you separate the receiver from the ball. And those are the ones on offense, man. You just have to make that catch, Mike. I know it's easier said than done, but you know the hit's coming. You've got to squeeze that thing, brace for impact, and make that play for your offense.
The Lions take over 1st and 10.
The Lions offense ready to get back at it. Pitch to Montgomery. He is met and dropped. A couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
The one rule of run blocking for the offensive line is you don't want to allow penetration. It just doesn't give your running back any angles to cut and find the hole. It's exactly how it played out here. They've got to do a better job holding the line of scrimmage and not getting pushed back.
Throwing on 2nd down. Goff. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think you'd be able to corral. They can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a 3rd down.
And 12 yards
a rare miss for a quarterback that we've seen really come out on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, his completion percentage, Mike, is well above league average, and frankly, it's really the biggest reason why they find themselves out in front.
From the gun, on 3rd down, it's gone. And that is incomplete.
I understand it's 3rd down and the quarterback's trying to make a play, Mike, but if you're going to make a dangerous throw on 3rd down and you're going to force the ball into tight coverage, at least do it past the sticks. Try to pick up that 1st down and maintain possession. He tries to thread the needle. Ball falls incomplete, and now it brings up 4th down.
The Eagles offense ready to come back out for this next possession. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Man in motion is Smith. Joe can't sweep and instead run it up the middle. And he is stopped in his tracks. Loss of a couple on the play.
Well, nothing doing here. I think you can see pretty early on. Now, while he's trying to remain patient and see if a hole pops, it's just too slow of a developing play. He never gets into the teeth of the defense at all and ends up being taken down for a loss.
After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13. Man in motion is Smith. Now Jalen Hurts on 2nd down. Nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down. Aiden Hutchinson getting in for the sack. And now it's going to be 3rd and a mile.
So after picking up some positive yardage on 1st down, they end up going backwards on 2nd. That sack now brings up 3rd and long, and what most of the time is a very pass-happy situation makes them very one-dimensional.
So backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. A shotgun snap down Hurts. He'll try to run for it. Pretty good effort on that one. It will not be enough. It's going to bring up 4th down.
He was brought down at
and that's
the 26.
a pretty good effort here on 3rd and long. He had nowhere to go down the field. The defense is playing real soft. He pulls it down and did all he could, but he's still going to end up being short of the 1st down.
Here's the punter now.
For the Eagles.
He's on to punt it for the 4th time tonight.
The Lions take over.
The Lions offense getting set to get back to work.
20-yard line.
Start this one on the ground with Gibbs. And he's got it to the 35-yard line. About 15 yards to kick off the drive. It's a 1st down.
And the Lions 1st down. 1st and 10.
Really nice job by the interior of this offensive line. It typically just takes one guy to distort the defense to give the back enough room to operate. And that's exactly what they did here, and it led to a big gain.
On 1st down, it's gone. He's got Laporta open on the left side. Nice gain on 1st down, but the penalty flags come in. And the question now, will the play stand? Out of the shotgun, it's gone. The ball's out. The Eagles have it. And he's going to bring this one down. It is a fumble recovery for a defensive touchdown. Eagles. Greg, what a terrible play for the offense. You're trying to gain some momentum. Here you not only lose the handle of the ball, you hand the defense 6 points.
And Mike, how often do we see that when a player loses the ball, his confidence is not far behind? And I think in this case, that's where the coaching comes in. Put your arm around him. Hey, we're giving you the ball in this next possession. We believe in you. They've got to get this player back into the flow of the game after that back-breaking turnover that led to the defensive touchdown.
So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. Now return coming from the 7. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line.
On the return.
Here's the Detroit offense now headed back onto the field.
At their own 27-yard line.
the draw with Gibbs. And he'll be taken down at the 40-yard line. A gain of 14. Good for a quick first down.
That's good for a Lions first down. A gain of 14. And a Lions first down.
This offense has to be thrilled, Mike, with the success they've had here on the ground in this opening quarter. Now as the rest of the game unfolds, everything in the game plan continues to open up.
First down, and they stick with Gibbs.
Gibbs, the ball
This time they're ready for it. Room to run the last snap. Not this one.
It's a loss
they
of a
stop
yard.
him for no
Brings
gain.
up second and 11.
Some defensive ends
40-yard
specialize in
line.
getting after the quarterback. Some defensive ends specialize in run game. This guy can really make an impact on both, as we saw here for that tackle for loss.
On second down, Goff is caught left side by St. Brown. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield.
A gain of 12
It's been
yards.
a busy first quarter
And
for him
the
so far.
Lions
His
first
third
down.
catch goes for a first down.
A gain of 12. First down, Detroit.
He's slant. He's checking crack.
Now Goff. Caught by the tight end Laporta.
Goff's
And he's brought down
complete
after
to
a
number
gain of
87,
6
Sam
on first
Laporta.
down.
It's a gain of 7. Brings up second and 3 at the Eagles' 42-yard line.
From the 42-yard line, here's second down and 3. Laporta in motion. They'll go play action with Goff. That's going to be incomplete.
Goff's pass.
And it'll leave
Intended
just
for
enough time for one
Gibbs.
final play
Incomplete.
in this opening quarter.
Brings up third down and
It's rare
3
to see an
yards to
offense
go.
that finds themselves trailing and say, well, their quarterback's been actually one of their biggest bright spots. Usually that doesn't go hand in hand, so it's a little surprising to see him miss a throw like that on a day where he's completed passes at a highly efficient rate.
Throwing here is Goff. They'll try to set up the screen here. And will be taken down with the first down as time will run out on this opening quarter. So a big third down hookup takes us to the break. It's the Eagles with the early advantage. And we're back in Philly in a moment. Lions ball to begin this second quarter as they've got it with first and 10. Goff with the give to Marquez. And he finds a little bit of space. He'll take this forward for a gain of 4.
He's brought down at the 20-yard line. A gain of 4. It's now second and 6.
From the 20, here's second down and 6. Straight ahead with Gibbs. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that.
On the tackle.
We spent so much time,
A
Mike,
loss of
talking
a
about
yard
these
on the
defensive
play.
backs and
Brings
their
up
ability
third
in
and
pass
7.
coverage. But when you also have a defensive back that can make plays in the run game, especially behind the line of scrimmage, man, those guys are just so hard to find. That was a heck of a job here by this guy.
On third down, they go with Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs, the ball carrier, taken down at the 19-yard line. A 2-yard gain. It's fourth down.
Out comes Jake Bates to try a field goal here. Officially, it's a 36-yard attempt. He is 2 for 2. That kick is
Makes the
good.
score Eagles
The Lions
14.
are back within a point.
Lions 13.
It's 14-13.
And I can tell you firsthand, Mike, when you find yourself trailing in a game, you don't feel very good about coming away with field goals. But in this case, it does get them a little bit closer and cut into this deficit.
So, after his field goal, Bates back out to kick this one away. Bigsby to return it. Crazy. And he is stopped.
The Eagles
25. The drive will begin there.
At their own 25-yard
The
line.
Eagles offense getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. Their lead is just a point as they begin it on this drive with 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground with Barkley. And they'll mark him down just shy of the 40. Give him 14 on that play. One play, one first down.
And an Eagles first down.
This is one of those cases where having high-end speed in the backfield can be such a game changer. The offensive linemen don't need to hold their blocks quite as long. You give this guy a little bit of a crease, and man, he is gone.
So from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. Once again, it's Barkley. And this time they are ready for it. Thrown for a loss.
DJ Reader
and it's
brought him
2nd down.
How would you like to be this running back here? You get the ball, you're thinking, all right, get through the line, and next thing you know, the big old D tackle's just waiting for you there in the hole. Nowhere for you to go as he takes you down for a loss.
To throw on 2nd down is Hurts. That's complete to his big tight end, Dallas Goedert. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down.
4. Brings up 3rd and 9.
Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. He'll get this complete. That's A.J. Brown. And he's down inside the 40-yard line. First grab of the game for Brown. Good enough for a first down.
That's good for an Eagles first down.
It just seems like whenever they need a big play on 3rd down, you can almost guarantee that he's someone they're going to try to get the ball to, and certainly easy to see why. Clutch play by everyone involved and keeps the offense on the field.
You look underneath here for Barkley. And he's going to be taken down, but there's a penalty flag back in the backfield. Is it a hold, or did they rough the quarterback? Line of scrimmage is the 15. It's 1st and 10. They'll run straight ahead with Barkley. Tough running there in the red zone. He did not want to go down. He picks up the first down. It'll be 1st and goal.
That's another Eagles first down.
Like the old adage, you run to set up the pass. This modern offense nowadays, we're starting to see that flipped upside down on its head. Typically, the success of the passing game is what allows teams to have success like this in the run game.
He pulls it in around the 5. And he's going to be down close to the goal line. Good job defensively to make sure he did not get to the end zone.
A gain of 3 brings up 2nd and goal at the 2-yard line.
From the 2 now, here's 2nd and goal. Barkley. And he'll go down at the 4-yard line.
It makes sense on 2nd and goal, Mike, to keep this ball on the ground. You always have 3rd down again to finally punch it in. But now after the defense forces you backwards, I think you have to consider putting this one in the air here on 3rd and goal.
And once again, nothing there. Stopped short with no gain. Now 4th and
gain
goal.
of a yard. It's now 4th and goal.
Dotson, the man in motion. 4th down. Here's Hurts. And that is incomplete. But a flag is down in the backfield. Did they hit the quarterback late? What a critical flag. Roughing the passer, it sets up first and goal. They'll run with Barkley. And he's going to be stopped in the backfield. Taken down back at the 3.
It's a loss
In
of
these
1.
goal-to-go situations backed up on your own goal line, Mike, what they teach the defense is it's your job to establish a new line of scrimmage, and that's exactly what they did here. Watch the push they get. The offensive line goes backwards, and they take the ball carrier down for a loss.
Backed up to the 3. It's second and goal. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. And that is incomplete. But there is a flag down into the play,
Roughing the passer.
backed by the quarterback. Let's see. So now then, first and goal from the 1. They'll try to run this one in. And a hard-earned yard as he ran through one would-be tackler. It's second down.
Shy of the goal line. It's a gain of a yard. Brings up second and goal.
One more time, they try Barkley. Trying to find a crease in that mass of humanity, but he's going to come up short.
The goal line.
And after putting together what's been a long and methodical drive, they suddenly find themselves on the verge of potentially stalling out. So this defense, they can get a stop here. That would feel like a pretty big win on a drive that's largely been dominated.
And he's able to get the ball across the goal line. He's in. Jalen Hurts. Touchdown, Eagles. That's his second touchdown tonight. A lot of bodies down there, but there's one with the football, the quarterback. It's all that matters. Breaks the plane for the touchdown.
And all that quarterback is looking for, Mike, is the smallest of creases before that snap. Once he identifies it, all that's left to do is put your head down, get behind the big boys up front, and drive the legs across the goal line.
Makes the score Eagles 21, Lions 13.
So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. A return now from the 4. And this will work out quite well. He'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line.
The Lions take over.
Jahmyr Gibbs and the Detroit offense set to take over again. Get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
In order for you to be able to operate out of this 4-3 style defense, Mike, the key is your defensive tackles, their ability to penetrate, their ability to be game wreckers. That's exactly what we saw here. His ability to get back there, make the stop at the line of scrimmage, keep it to no gain.
Goff going to get this out to St. Brown. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up third down.
It's a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 6.
From the gun, it's Goff. Oh, and that throw not able to be pulled in. It's incomplete. Looks like he may have got a little ahead of himself there. And it's going to bring up 4th down.
4th down.
Well, after that incompletion, probably going to put an end to this drive. But what it does now is the opponent now has a chance to increase their lead because now they're going to steal an extra possession before we go to the halftime break.
Here's Jack Fox now. He'll punt for the second time, looking to hit another good one.
The Eagles take over.
The Eagles offense starting to trot out for this next possession. The advantage is 8. We'll see if they can make this a 2-score game on this drive. First down and 10. Space opens as he's brought down following a gain of 6.
The tackle by Jack Campbell. A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3 at the 27-yard line.
Ball on the 27. Here's 2nd and 3. They'll stay on the ground with Barkley. And he'll move this forward out to the 29-yard line. It was Arnold there to make the play.
And while that run wasn't anything really to write home about, what it allows them to do, Mike, is keep everything in the playbook at their disposal. 3rd and short, now it's up to these coaches to dial up their best short yardage play and extend this drive.
They'll try to sneak it here. And he's going to be taken down here. Looks like a pretty good spot, though, yes. He's got it. That's a first down.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 31-yard line.
Line of scrimmage is the 31 as they line up 1st and 10. Hurts going to fire this one out to Smith. Hurts after the catch, he gets that forward for a gain of 9.
A gain of 9 brings up 2nd and 1 at the 40-yard line.
Ball on the 40 now. Here's 2nd down and a yard. Quick throw the RPO to Goddard. And they'll pick up the first down, a gain of about 4.
Defense.
They'll send a tight end in motion right. Here's Hurts. He'll take this himself. And he'll go into the slide there. It'll be a gain of a couple.
A gain of 2.
The quarterback could have handed it. He could have kept it himself. I don't really think either option would have turned out much different. Great job by the defense having a plan for the running back and a plan for the quarterback. And they're able to force that carry for no gain.
Go get him! Go get him!
A 2nd down throw for Hurts. Patch caught left side by Goddard. And a good job rallying to the football. Holding just a gain of a yard. He sets up 3rd down.
Up 3rd and 6.
You can see the eyes of the quarterback. He's trying to push this ball initially downfield, but with the defense doing a good job keeping a lid on the coverage, he's forced to check this ball down to the shallow route. But this is something that they know in the future. If I need a couple yards, they can come back to this play.
And he lost the football. And the Lions have come up with the football.
Holding offense.
The play fake. Here's Goff. Catch is made by Wright. And he'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
4 yards.
Well, let's give some credit to the big boys up front in the trenches. They knew that blitz was coming. They held up just long enough that the quarterback could get that ball out safely and results in a completion.
From just shy of midfield, here's 2nd and 6. Goff gives it to Gibbs. Oh, a loose football. And the Eagles recover the football.
And as you can see with that fumble, Mike, it really just goes back to the fundamentals of how they're taught to carry the ball. And they talk about the points of pressure. And the biggest thing really, Mike, is you want the front tip of the ball, the part where your fingers cover, to always be higher than the back tip of the ball. So often you see that front tip go down, and it makes it so much easier for that defender to kind of rake it out. So you want pressure against the outside of the ball, both tips, the inside of the ball, and then keep that front point up.
And remember now, all turnovers have to be verified by a
Previous
replay.
play is under
So we
review.
might be taking a look at this one. At issue was the knee or any other body part except the hand down before the ball comes loose. And are the visuals convincing enough to overturn the call on the field?
After review of the play, the ruling on the field is reversed.
So that one overturned. They say the runner was down, and that will not be a fumble. They'll look to pick this up 3rd and a yard. They'll try and run it here with Montgomery. 1st down and more. He's inside the 35.
Montgomery.
That's 17 yards,
gain
and
of
that's a
17
first down.
yards. That's good.
And that's a heck of a run there on 3rd and 1. So often these backs, they're just thinking, all right, just get 1 yard, pick up the first down. But not this guy. He's thinking, I know where the marker is, but I'm going to pick up as many yards after that as I can. That's exactly what he does. Fresh set of downs.
Off the throw on 1st down. That's a short one caught by Laporta.
Pass complete to Sam Laporta. A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4 at the 23-yard line.
From the 23, here's 2nd and 4. On play action. Goff. Oh, he's going to be followed up and taken down. They got him. Brandon Graham. He's able to force the big loss on the sack. And it sets up 3rd and long.
Impressive play by the defensive end here, Mike. It's his technique. It put him in position to not only make the play, but it's that closing speed that's allowed him to finish it off.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. To throw is Goff. That one on target for Williams. He's got it. And he's going to be taken down
It's a gain
as
of
we hit
18.
2-minute warning
And
here in this
Lions
1st half.
First down.
Here's 1st
A gain
and 10.
of 18 on the play. 1st down, Lions.
Now Gibbs. And the Lions are going to have a 1st and goal. Some good running there. Gets them down to about the 2-yard line.
That's
A
another
huge advantage to red zone offense is the ability to run the ball. In this case, I thought he was going to score. Takes it all the way down inside the 2. Sets up 1st and goal.
2 yards from 6 points. It is 1st down and goal. Gibbs. And he's going to be taken down. Not so easy this time. They drop him right behind the line. It's 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and
The
goal.
key to great
at the
defensive
4-yard
line play
line.
is the get-off. When that ball moves, how fast can you get off the ball and get into the backfield? That's exactly what we saw here. Quick read, react, get off the block, take him down for a loss.
A 2nd down throw for Goff. He's got it at the 3.
Goff's pass complete to Brock Wright. A gain of 1 yard on the play. It's now 3rd and goal.
They'll empty out the backfield, line up for 3rd and 3. Out of the shotgun, it's Goff. Oh, and that throw not able going to be pulled in. It's incomplete. Looks like he may have got a little ahead of himself there. And it's going to bring up fourth down.
It's now fourth down and
well, it's probably one of the most used cliches in football, but I think this is probably the appropriate use of missed opportunity. I mean, he's open in the end zone. All he has to do now is catch it. So that's a play they're going to look back on at the end of this game and say, man, we let that one slip away.
That's in the end zone and intercepted. Picked off by the rookie from Texas.
Goss pass. Intercepted. Result of the play is a turnover.
I don't hate
on
the
down.
decision, Mike. Be aggressive. Come away with a touchdown. But what the quarterback understands in this situation is you just can't hold the ball. You got to get it out of your hand. Give your guy a chance to come down with it. And he puts the ball in harm's way and results in a pick.
The drive begins at the 20. Here's first and 10. And they'll elect not to run another play. Instead, just take a knee and take this on into the locker room. So, halftime straight ahead. And we go down to Scott Hanson, who has our EA Sports halftime report.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to the Orlando studios. Scott Hanson with you for a quick halftime report. We'll let both sides catch their breath and get their orange wedges as we're going to get ready for the third quarter action. So let's go back out to the stadium as we rejoin our broadcast team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Okay, Scott, thanks a bunch. We'll see which team's adjustments will pay dividends here. Likely going to play a big role in who wins this one. First half played out a bit as we expected. We'll see if there's a surprise coming up. Both teams set to go, and the second half is underway. He's down at the 23, and that's where the offense will take over.
First and 10.
Jahmyr Gibbs and the Detroit offense set to take over again. The deficit is 8 as this drive begins with first and 10. The ground to start, they give it to Gibbs. And he shows off his strong legs running through one tackle. Give him a gain of 8.
Down at the 31. 8 yards on the pickup. Brings up second and 2.
From the 31, here's second and 2. Once again, it's Gibbs. This defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple.
The speed and the get-off by the big interior defensive tackle, Mike. I mean, he got through there so fast, he almost took the handoff himself.
Here now, third and 5. Here's Goff. He's got his man complete. That's to Slaw.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for first and 10. Straight ahead with Gibbs. Will manage to get 2, maybe 3 on that carry. Jair Alexander up from the secondary to make the stop.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up second and 7 at the Eagles' 43-yard line.
From the 43, here's second down and 7. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. To the middle, he's got St. Brown. And he'll be taken down at the 25-yard line.
18.
Goff's go-to guy, St. Brown, Amon-Ra gives the Lions a first down.
18 on the play.
Well, it goes without saying. You want to play wide receiver in the NFL, Mike. How well can you change directions? How fast can you get your body from one direction to another? And When you can cut like this guy, I'm not sure how you go.
And a strong first down run. Pick up of 9. Setting up second
at the
and short.
16-yard line. It's a gain of 9. Brings up second and a yard.
Here's a handoff to Gibbs. And he will have the first down. Not a huge run, but enough to move the chains.
It's a gain of 2. And the Lions first down. 2 yards on the play. And the Lions first down.
They're going to run the draw with Montgomery. He is met and dropped. A couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
You saw the guard take a pass set, Mike. He's hoping that defensive tackle just races up the field, trying to sack the quarterback, and then you just hand the ball off to your back on a draw. In this case, the defensive tackle does a great job going from pass to run, and he's able to take the back down for a loss.
Last play went the wrong way. It sets up second and long. It's second down and 12. He'll get that into the hands of Williams. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on third down.
A gain of 8 yards. And it's third down.
Laporta in motion. They'll throw here on third and short yardage. Moving left, taking off. He'll try to get there. And he's close to the goal line. Won't have the touchdown, but he does pick it up on third down.
Detroit Lions.
This is a part of the field where you have to account for the quarterback as a runner.
Detroit.
Nothing's open downfield. Great job by your secondary, but then he makes a break for the goal line, and they're able to stop him just short, but not until after he sets his guys up.
A dive, and he's in! David Montgomery. Touchdown, Detroit.
Make no mistake about it, he may get to glory, but that does not happen without unbelievable blocking up front. So let's give the big guys all the credit in the world. He's able to displace the defense right there at the point of attack, and that's about as easy a goal line touchdown as you're going to see all year.
Now Goff leads the Lions for a 2-point try.
The Lions will set up for the 2-point.
Give it to Gibbs.
The 2-point attempt.
And he will not get in. They will pull up empty on this try for 2. Unable to tie this football game up. So after the touchdown, it's Bates to kick this one away. Bigsby to return it. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line.
23-yard line.
The Eagles offense trotting back out for their first involvement of this second half. The lead is 2, and they're going to try to make something happen here, starting with a 1st and 10. Play action. Here's Hurts. That's over the middle. Complete to Brown. And he's going to be taken down at the 37.
It's a gain of
14. Good for a quick first down.
First down.
This is a really nice job of just finding a hole in coverage, Mike. And I used to say, hey, when you're open, stay open. That's the art of route running versus zone coverage. And it's a friendly target for the quarterback in space. And they're able to convert.
Play action. Here's Hurts. The pass rush gets home, and he goes down.
The offense goes from feeling really good about the previous play with a real nice pickup to then on the ensuing play ending up going the complete opposite direction. Really nice job here by the defense, immediately getting back on track. And what do the coaches say? Just play the next play, and that's exactly what they did.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. A shotgun snap out of Hurts. He'll get that out to Barkley. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
There's a lot of ways to get the ball in the hands of your running backs, and it's not always by just handing it to them. In this case, it's a simple check down, picks up a good gain, brings up 3rd down.
3rd and long. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts.
The pass on 3rd down. He was taken down by Kirby Joseph. A loss of 7. It's 4th down.
They're all set to punt this one away
for the Eagles,
as he'll come on to kick for the 5th time here tonight. And that one had too much behind it. Into the end zone for a touchback.
At their own 20-yard line.
The Lions offense make their way out to take over once more. They trail by 2. And will start this drive with 1st and 10. They'll start this one on the ground with Gibbs. And a nice run. Get him about 9. It'll bring up 2nd down.
10 yards.
Remember this one thing, Mike.
It's 2nd.
It is not how well or how often you run the ball in the NFL. It's when do you run the ball well in the NFL. And I think that's what a lot of these offensive play callers are starting to realize. Can you run the ball well in critical moments of the game? More important than how many gross yards you run for.
And this will be a Lions 1st down as he gets this up to the 42.
A gain of 12 yards. That's good for a Lions 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 42-yard line.
And with that run, this back is closing in on almost 100 yards for the game today, Mike. He's had a lot of those good chunk plays. This defense has not had a great answer for him so far.
1st down, and they stick with Gibbs. And they'll have it across midfield down at the opposing 46-yard line. 12 was nice last time, so they did it again. Another 12-yard pickup and another 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 46-yard line.
This is what happens when your offensive line and your back are in sync and on the same page. Great job by the O-line distorting the defense at the point of attack, and then the running back understanding where that hole is, hitting it full speed, brings up a fresh set of downs.
Now a stoppage, we have an injured Lion. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. So, from the 37, here's 2nd and 1. Here now, a toss to Montgomery. And he is out of bounds. Mark him at the 25. It's a pickup of 13 yards. Good for a Lions 1st down.
Detroit Lions.
2nd and short. Normally, this is a great time, Mike, to put the ball in the air and try to press the ball downfield. But in this case, they keep it on the ground. Has a similar effect. They pick up a good gain and a 1st down.
Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. It'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 21-yard line.
from the 21. Here's second down and 7. Now, Goff. Right side, that's the foot of the tight end. And that's a first down.
Personal
It
foul.
will be a
Roughing
gain
the passer,
of 8.
defense.
Here's Gibbs. And he will score! Jahmyr Gibbs. Touchdown, Lions.
The
Bates
kicker
now
on
for the
point
extra
after.
point. It's up
His kick
and
is
through.
good.
And the Lions will up
Makes the
the lead to
score
5.
Lions 26, Eagles 21.
So after the touchdown, it's Bates to kick this one away. Bigsby to return it. That'll be brought down past the 25.
The Eagles take
Decent
over
field
first
position
and 10.
to start this
At
drive.
their own 27-yard
Here comes the
line.
Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. The deficit is 5, so they'll try to put a drive together here, and they'll begin it with first and 10. Now Hurts. Now a screen set up for Barkley. And he'll be out of bounds. A pickup, though, of 6.
Saquon Barkley.
You see so many teams wait till third down to execute their screen game, but I
It's a
like in
gain
this
of
case the
7.
play caller
Brings
changes
up
things up.
second
He
and
uses
3.
the screen game on first down, which will have an effect on this pass rush going forward. How aggressive do they want to get after the quarterback? Because they got that screenplay still in the back of their head.
This one into the hands of Brown. And he'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first
And
down.
an Eagles
Really
first
nice job
down.
here by the quarterback, understanding
First
what
and
did
10
he
at the
need to pick up a
39-yard
fresh set of
line.
downs. In this case, that underneath drag route was all it took. Get the ball into the hands of your receiver, pick up a first down.
On the handoff, this is Barkley. And the struggles in the running game continue. They take him down behind the line.
On the tackle.
The back's doing everything in his
A loss of
power to
2.
try to get that
Brings
ball
up
around the
second
edge
and
to the
12
boundary, but
at the
just great
36-yard
pursuit
line.
there by this linebacker, staying with his angles, running through contact, and he makes the play behind the line.
Here's a second and 12. To throw is Hurts. He'll try to set up the screen here. And that one's not fooling anyone. They were on that screen from the start. And a loss of yards on the play.
Just a quick read by the linebacker on that running back screen. He beats everybody to the spot and blows this play up for a loss.
Third and long. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. And he's going to go down yet again. He has been under fire all game long.
And now you need two hands to count how many sacks they've recorded in this one, Mike. I mean, they have been relentless throughout the game, and they get another big stop here.
traded
We're all
man
set
in
to kick
punt
this one
formation
away.
for the Eagles.
They'll come on to kick for a 6th time tonight. So Jared Goff and the Lions offense getting set for this next drive. And he's had it going in the first half. Really had his way with the secondary. They have been powerless to stop him. Now they're trying to keep it going. Open field tackle there. He could not get free. They're going to stop him for no gain
on the play. Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 20-yard line.
2nd and 10. Laporta in motion. On 2nd down, Goff in trouble, and down he goes.
Early in this drive, they're trying to establish some offensive rhythm, but now after that 2nd down sack, really puts them in a must-pass. You don't want to be in 3rd and long very often in the NFL. It's not a very high percentage conversion rate, and with the danger of a 3 and out, they better hold up here in pass protection.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. From the gun, it's Goff. And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
Intended for Isaac to score.
Well, in a game that seems like it's gone all in their favor, that's kind of one of the rare cases where this offense didn't appear to be on the same page, because for as good as they have been all day long, this possession, at least, they're going to stall out.
The Lions will punt this ball away, as he'll take this a yard or 2 into his own end zone. And he didn't get the check he was hoping for on that one. That goes into the end zone, and it's a touchback.
At their own 20-yard line.
The Eagles offense ready to take over possession of the football. Hurts looking to throw on 1st down. Looking middle, and he's got Brown. And knock him down up beyond the 30.
It's a gain of 11.
11 yards for number 11.
Eagles
and a first down.
You can see this connection is just starting really to pick up. They're seeing the game through the same set of eyes, and that is the job of the receiver. What is my quarterback expecting from me? Where does he want me? Be there on time. It leads to big games like this.
A pass caught by Saquon. They'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
A gain of 4. It's now 2nd and 6 at the 35-yard line.
From the 35, here's 2nd down and 6. Throwing is Hurts. That's to the left side, taken in by Smith. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the 1st down.
These curl routes, he's been running these routes since he was a young kid in Pop Warner football, and I like to call it pulling the string. You've got the defender thinking you're going downfield, and you stick that foot in the ground, work back to the quarterback, friendly to the ball, and really nice job picking up the 1st down.
And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver knew what was going on. That's incomplete. He was looking for A.J. Brown that time, and that will lead to a 2nd down.
They're trying to take the top off the defense, make them feel that vertical threat, and soften everything up. Wasn't a ton of separation downfield, at least not what they would have preferred, and ends up being a wasted down.
And that ball in and out of his hands. It is incomplete. Might tell you after the game he should have come up with that one. He doesn't, and now third down comes up.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. I mean, he's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet.
On third down, here's Hurts. And this is going to be incomplete. That is a letdown there. Pass looked to be on target. No catch. And now fourth down.
All right, so after that rough series throwing the ball, you know, conventional wisdom says, hey, we got to come out, we've got to establish some run, we've got to mix in some runs. And while they certainly want balance, they don't also want to just become one-dimensional. So take easy throws, give your quarterback a couple easy completions, let him see the ball get completed, and it's amazing how quickly your passing game can turn around.
Jahmyr Gibbs and the Detroit offense set to take over again. And you have to imagine the defense is saying, how do we stop this guy? He has run roughshod through him to this point in the third quarter. We'll go play action with Goff. Hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up second down.
I think he knew in the back of his head, Mike, he had to get rid of this ball a little sooner than he would have liked. And with that pressure getting there in a hurry, it just ends up being a wasted down.
On the jet sweep, here comes Williams. And that one shut down almost immediately. Good pressure from the backside. Left him nowhere to go. And no gain
on the play. And it brings up third down.
3rd and 10. Out of the shotgun. It's gone. No turnover here. Able to get the football and get out to keep possession.
A nice alert play there, Mike, by his teammate to fall on that fumble, but it really just comes down to effort. Coaches preach it on both sides of the ball. The more guys around the ball, the more good things happen. And fortunately for this offense, he recovers the fumble, and they live to continue this drive.
Following the play, we have an Eagle who is shaken up. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. He'll start on the ground with Barkley. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
Back to the drawing board for this run game, Mike. The offensive coordinator and his staff, they have to do a better job giving plays, giving opportunities to their offense to find success on the ground. Because right now, they have no answers for this defense.
To throw on second down is Hurts. That's going to be incomplete, and the clock will stop. Likely one more play in this third quarter.
Third down and 10.
They nearly connected on the big play downfield, but he's not quite able to hold on to that ball through the contact. You can chalk that one up as a win defensively.
It is 3rd and 10. To throw, Hurts. Rush comes, they're setting up the screen, and he's going to lose yardage here. That's the way they'll switch ends as this third quarter has come to an end. Here comes the Eagles punt team.
Formation for the Eagles.
to check up, and it'll keep bouncing into the end zone. It's a touchback.
Line.
The Lions offense back onto the field for their next possession. The lead is 5 as they're going to start with this first down. They'll bring St. Brown in motion. On first down, it's Goff. And that's going to wind up incomplete. He was looking for Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield. And it'll be second down.
He decides to go with this safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss layups like that.
We'll try again. It's second and 10. Back to the air, it's Goff. Here's a screen set up for Gibbs. He'll get about 6 before he's taken down.
Jahmyr Gibbs. A gain of 6 yards. And it's third down.
This crowd into it now as we get to third down. To throw is Goff. The pressure gets there, and down he goes back inside the 20-yard line. Jalen Phillips that time in there for the sack.
3 and out.
They really needed that one, didn't they, Mike? I mean, they have to find a way to keep this as a one-possession game. This will at least give them a chance to do so, depending on what happens here on fourth down.
Here's the Lions punt team now.
Formation for the Lions.
And no chance to down this one. It carries deep into the end zone for a touchdown.
Their own 20-yard line.
The Eagles offense getting their final instructions before heading back onto the field. Keep it on the option. And he'll be met in the backfield and drop behind the line of scrimmage.
Oftentimes, the more success you have as a quarterback keeping the ball, the more attention that you're going to get from the defense. And I think that's exactly the case here. They've been burned a few times by this guy already today, but this time they were ready for him.
Now Jalen Hurts on second down. They'll try to hit him with a screen. And it'll be taken down after a gain of 9. And third down.
A gain of 9 brings up third and 2.
Signal. It is a first down.
That's good.
This is a great example of where just having situational awareness is so critical in the huddle. When every one of those receivers, Mike, breaks the huddle and go line up, they've got to know where that first down marker is. If your route calls, get by it, secure the catch, and bring up a fresh set of downs.
The struggle continues. He's dropped behind the line again.
He was taken down behind
Anytime the running back is forced to chop his feet in the background and never get to top speed, you know that play's not going anywhere. That's exactly what the defense was able to force here by getting penetration. Great job there, stopping this play before he had a chance to even get started.
Lost one on the last play, so now it's second and 11. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Looking right side, he's got a receiver. It's Smith. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up third down.
Smith. It's a gain of 3. Brings up 3rd and 8.
Shotgun snap now to Hurts. Got a man. It's complete to A.J. Brown. They hook up again. Second time on this drive. This one's good for 18 yards and a first down.
And how about the poise of this quarterback? You find yourself down here late in the fourth quarter, Mike, facing a tough third down. You've got to have it. But you know what? He calls the play, he breaks the huddle, and he's like, you know what, Coach? I got it. That's a big-time throw to now keep this drive alive as they go down looking for that go-ahead touchdown.
Devontae Smith, the intended receiver, and it'll bring up second down.
You hear quarterback coaches say it all the time. Let's get our guy easy completions. Well, that falls certainly into that category, Mike, but when you fail to connect on those, it just ends up being a wasted down.
That's to the right side. Caught by Goddard. And he'll get about 3 here on second down before he's out of bounds.
That's a gain of 3. It's 3rd and 7.
Big play coming up. This is third down. To the air again. This offensive line just has no answers right now. It's another sack.
I see a lot of tired legs out there on both sides of the field, Mike. Looks like this pass rush has found a little bit of a second wind. They come away with a big-time sack, and it brings up fourth down.
Here comes the Eagles punt team.
For the Eagles.
They forced a punt, trailing here in the fourth quarter. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and come out to the 20-yard line.
Their own 20-yard line.
The Lions offense ready to get back at it. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. A run up the middle. It's Gibbs. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
We've seen this back have his way with this defense all game long, Mike. He's up over 100 yards for the game, but this time the defense said, we've had enough. They sold out to stop him. They hold him to no gain.
Goff with the give to Montgomery. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
Well, that second down play call's not real fancy, but at this point, Mike, they're in a battle with the clock. How much time can they run off and try to protect this lead? But now it brings up a pretty interesting third down. Can they keep the ball and finish this thing on offense, or are they going to have to punt it away and have their defense finish the game?
From the gun, on third down, it's gone. That's over the middle. Caught to Slaw. A pickup there of 13. First down, Detroit.
And the Lions, first down. 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line.
So this is a part of the game that everybody works on, Mike. They call it 4-minute offense, and you don't necessarily have to have 4 minutes on the clock. But the whole idea is we possess the ball late in the fourth quarter with the lead. The goal is we want to end the game with the ball. So that third down conversion is going to go a long way. Protect the ball, continue to pick up first downs. If they do that, I don't even think their opponent sees the ball again.
42-yard line.
From the 42 now, here's 2nd and 2. One more time for Montgomery. And he's got it down. A pickup of 4.
A gain of 4 yards. That's good for a Lions first down. 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line.
They'll stay on the ground. Again, Montgomery. And they're going to work this down inside the 45. It's a gain of 12 there. Good for a Lions first down.
Detroit Lions first down.
You know, there's all this talk, Mike, about the value of the run game in today's NFL. You know when the run game matters? It matters right now. 4th quarter, you've got the lead. Can you lean on your running back and offensive line to close this game out?
David Montgomery, the ball carrier.
With how fast they were all over that play, you almost wonder, Mike, was there a pre-snap tell? Did they know that play was coming? Because I'll tell you, that defense was on it from the start.
A 2nd down throw for Goff. He'll swing those out to Montgomery. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
A gain of 12 yards.
A pickup of 12 yards. First down, Detroit.
The ability to generate explosive plays is the greatest correlation with the ability to score points. So every defense nowadays is trying to say, cannot let them throw the ball over our head. What does that do? Gets you a little bit more depth in your drops. Makes it a little bit easier for some of these check down pickups.
And they'll finally run him down, but not before he takes it inside the 15. They get an even 20 on that one. Good for a Lions first down.
1st and 10 at
Man,
the 11-yard
how nice is it
line.
to have a guy like this? He's your backup running back, but he's kind of a change of pace. He's got that home run ability, and he showed it there. That was a heck of a run.
Laporta in motion. Goff going to throw here on 1st and 10. We'll find Montgomery out of the backfield. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
What an advantage it brings a defense when you have cornerbacks that are such willing tacklers. It just brings an extra element to the ability to defend the entire field. And this is a great example here why.
On 2nd down, Goff. He pulls it in around the 5. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down.
A gain of 4.
The key to good route running, Mike, is deceiving the man covering you into thinking you're doing one thing, and then you change it and do the other. And in this case, he had the defender thinking this was a vertical downfield route, and then next thing you know, he gets to his break point, he breaks in, and that ball's put right on the money for a big pickup.
From the gun, it's Goff. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down.
But here we find the best laid plans sometimes do go astray. Every offense, Mike, what do they tell us? We want to stay ahead of the chains. We want to stay on schedule. This was a 3rd and very reasonable. Incomplete on that 3rd down try. Now brings up 4th and short.
And he's into the end zone. That might be the knockout punch. Flies it to Slaw. Touchdown, Detroit. Everything you want to do right there, Greg, in the 4th quarter. Get the ball with the lead and extend it to a 2-score advantage.
Yeah, and I think this just might end up being too much to overcome. You said it. Once you get a 2-score lead this late in the 4th quarter, there's just not enough possessions to be had to claw yourself back in it.
Bates, good, with the extra point. And the Lions will open it up even further here in this 4th quarter. Now a stoppage, we have an injured Lion. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. So after the touchdown, it's Bates to kick this one away. Bigsby to return it. Terrific return. He's taken down just shy of midfield.
At their own
the Eagles offense getting
line.
those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. They'll begin with terrific starting field position. It gets going with 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Barkley to start the drive. Nice gain on 1st down, but the penalty flags come in. The question now, will the play stand? The Aussie Super Bowl champ Jordan Mailata guilty there. To throw is Hurts. A throw out wide. That is dropped. That could be a live football. A sigh of relief there. That was very nearly a turnover. Fortunate to see that one, Greg, get fumbled out of bounds.
And when that ball came loose, Mike, you could see the entire sideline kind of holds their breath. But they were able to take a little bit of an exhale as they saw that ball, fortunately for them, go out of bounds.
On 2nd down, Hurts. That's taken in left side by Smith. That will make 3rd down a little more manageable. Good yardage gained on that one.
It's now 3rd down.
From the shotgun, it's Hurts. He'll go right back to Smith. They hook up again. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up 4th down.
It's 4th down.
I'm an aggressive guy by nature, Mike, so whenever I get 4th and short in plus territory, I want to go for it. You're not going to win many games in this league settling for field goals. You have to capitalize when you find yourself in a position to score.
They'll try it now with Barkley. And that's not going to work. The defense comes up with a 4th down, 4th quarter stand, and forces a turnover on downs. The Lions offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. They built a nice lead for themselves here. They'll try to add to that, beginning with 1st down. On the ground, Montgomery to start the drive. Not much happening there, just a short gain.
The tackle made just shy of midfield. 1-yard gain brings up 2nd and 9.
From just shy of midfield, here's 2nd down. Handoff, it's Montgomery. And this defense up to the task there. Gain of just 2, and it's 3rd down.
49-yard line. A gain of 2 brings up 3rd and 7.
It's gone. A marker comes in as he goes down. It is a sack. That flag definitely in the area of holding. And now here comes the punt team as they try to play the field position game here, protecting a 4th quarter lead. And we will not have a return here. This one angled out of bounds. The Eagles offense ready to take over once more. Hurts looking to throw on first down. That one, oh, it's on target, but it goes as an incompletion. Looked like he had that one in his grasp, but unable to hold on, and it will be second down.
Yeah, so it seemed the second they broke the huddle, Mike, that there was some confusion. I'm not sure everybody got on the same page before that ball was snapped.
Dotson, the man in motion. Second down throw for Hurts. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think he'd be able to corral. He can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a third down.
And
Devontae Smith, the intended receiver. And third down coming up. Hurts to throw. And he's going to go down yet again. He has been under fire all game long.
And it just continues to be a recurring problem. I mean, even the balls he's been able to get out of his hand have come from a cloudy pocket. And listen, I know he's a guy that can make some plays when he's on the move, but at some point, you have to be able to be in rhythm and deliver the ball on time.
And that is incomplete, but there is a flag down. It's fourth down, so this is a very big call. To throw on first down. Right side, it's Laporta, the tight end. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play.
10 yards on the pickup. It's second and inches.
So 2 minutes left to play in the second half. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. Second and inches. Montgomery. And he'll fight forward. Doesn't get a hold up, but he got what he needed. It is first and goal coming up.
That's good for a Lions first down. First and goal at the 10-yard line.
They'll drop to throw. That's a good one caught by Laporta. After the catch, he gets that forward for a gain of 9. What a critical flag. Roughing the passer, it sets up first and goal. They'll run with Montgomery. Trying to find a crease in that mass of humanity, but he is going to come up short.
And the big man in the middle swallows him up right at the line of scrimmage. And I think the next time this offensive play caller decides to go to the ground game, Mike, I bet you he's going to find a different place along that defensive front to attack.
One more time with Montgomery. And he is not going to get to the goal line. In fact, he's even going to lose yards on that play. And now it is third and goal.
It's now
down here this close. All it takes is one defensive lineman defeating his block and getting some penetration, and that's exactly what we saw here. Not only to stop the ball carrier short of the end zone, but to take him down for a loss.
So a win for the visitors, the Lions. This was a game where both offenses were up and down the field, marching the ball at will, matching each other point for point. But in the end, got a few more defensive stops than their opponents did, and that was the difference in this one. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. From Philadelphia, good night.